afternoon. City of Laredo Workshop, 1110 Houston Street, Laredo, Texas, March 28, 2025, 1 p.m. Call the meeting to order. Pledge of allegiance, please. All stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Moment of silence, please. Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Secretary, roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor. Honorable Mayor Dr. Victor D. Trevino,
Present.
Honorable Council Member District 1 Gilbert Gonzalez, Honorable Council Member District 2 Ricardo Rangel Jr.,
Present.
Honorable Council Member District 3 Melissa Cigarroa, Honorable Council Member District 4 Ricardo Rick Garza, Honorable Council Member District 5 Ruben Gutierrez Jr.,
Present.
Honorable Council Member District 6 Dr. Tyler King,
Here.
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and District 7 Council Member Vanessa Perez, Honorable Council Member District 8 Alisa Cigarroa.
For the record,
Yes.
we have Councilman Rick Garza present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, we'll proceed with citizen comments. Do we have any?
No, Mayor, no comments, no comment cards were turned in.
Okay, let's go on to staff reports.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I don't know if everybody has a copy of our preliminary agenda today, but this is our second pre-budget workshop. The first budget workshop, we covered a lot of what our assumptions were going to be with our revenues and our expenses. At the last one, we talked about a few of the things that we wanted to kind of incorporate within our budget for this year. So today's meeting is actually going to kind of tighten that up a little bit. We're still going to give you some of the updated assumptions because the revenues continue to move. Our tax rates continue to move and everything as we get closer and closer to scheduling out what our budget is. So you're going to see a tightening up of our revenue sources, but now we're going to slowly move into the expenditure side as well too. So you're going to hear a little bit of some of the stories that we need to tell about kind of coming into alignment with this. We have completed our budget survey. So we're going to share some of the observations that we've learned out of and assumptions that we've gained out of the survey. We're going to go into asking for you to consider some of the structural things that we want to adjust in here that affect you guys directly. And then we're going to keep building into that. We're going to give you starting into the CIP, our capital improvement plans and everything, and you'll start to see that. We do have another pre-budget workshop planned, hopefully for the end of June. We will try to kind of bring about the rest of that. So what you're seeing is that from the start of this year toward the end, we're moving all the way into the expenditures. And then when we get into our budget workshops in August, it'll be just finishing up those expenditures based upon what all these assumptions were on the revenues and such. So,
Mr. Neff, just
yes,
failed
sir.
to mention discussion with possible action on FY 25-26 budget priorities, including financial needs and the impacts of the bond referendum results to guide financial planning and key funding allocations and any matters incident thereto.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And
Just
that'll be.
one more thing, Mayor, if I just acknowledge that Mayor Pro Tem Vanessa Perez is, Councilmember Perez is here.
And Councilwoman Melissa Cigarroa as well.
All right, for the record, thank you.
So if you are ready to go, if you would like, we'll move through these presentations fairly quickly, and if you want to ask the questions at the end of each part of the presentation, that might be the best time to kind of walk through this, because a lot of this information is just kind of putting the information out on the table so you can absorb it. A lot of the stuff you have not seen. I was still up at midnight trying to put together some of the last pieces. I know that Jesus was right there with me at his place, and HR was there. So we've been working on this stuff continuously. Yes,
We
sir.
work together.
We worked together but separately, yes.
But you were not together, it's like.
We were not together, no. That's how it's gonna go today, huh? Okay. All right, okay, well, this should be a lot of fun
You
then
made that
with everything
distinction,
we're
so we
gonna
gotta
cover.
clarify that.
So I'm gonna turn it over to Jesus right now, Mr. Esparza, and let him kind of cover where the revenue is at, and then I'll give you a little bit of a review of some of these numbers even farther, so. Mr. Esparza, yeah.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. Jesus Esparza with the Budget Department. I am happy and pleased to be here talking about our first section of these budget revenues. We're passing the presentation, a printed copy to everybody.
Maybe-
Yes, go ahead.
I just, thank you for the physical copy, and I would just ask if if the end of the day, Mr. Nev, we can get a PDF emailed to us of all the presentations for today.
Happy to do that. We'll
Okay.
send it all out by email.
The first slide that I want to cover, and this is one that we covered in our previous meeting. Just want to bring light to the GFOA Award, Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. The Budget Department continues and consistently has been submitting to the GFOA for this review. We have been consistently being recognized with this Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. I want to take a minute to thank my staff for their hard work and long hours, especially during the budget process. But I just want to bring attention to this and to our audience as well, that the Budget Department has consistently received this award that is presented by the GFOA.
Thank you, congratulations.
This slide shows the items that we're going to cover. My presentation is going to be in two sections, the revenue sections first, so we're covering, and further on in the afternoon, I'm going to cover the expenditure side. I'm also going to be covering the summary that Mr. Knapp talked about. So this is just the outline in the page numbers where all these sections are going to be at. Calendar, just want to update the calendar. We did make a motion on the last meeting to move the the City Council budget workshop meetings on August 14th and the 15th. We have 2 days, as Mr. Knapp mentioned, because we're doing now the pre-workshop meetings. This is going to help us streamline that final meeting and the workshop to kind of bring everything together.
For the record, just to mention that Councilman Adelisa Segarra is present. Thank you. Go ahead.
The other thing I want to bring to light is in June, we have that involved at Council Strategic Meeting number 3, which we have tentative. We don't have an exact date for that, but that is our goal to bring back in the month of June. We are also, after this meeting, we're going to be meeting with the departments and reviewing the proposals for the budget and the CIP, especially those departments that still need, either have requests for CIP or are over the 3.5 strategy that we brought at the beginning of the project, the budget project, which is our goal to control our expenses or slow down our expenses on the general fund. We are going to, in June, we're finalizing the performance measures that the department returned to us for part of the proposed budget, and we're going to finalize the fund summaries. The other highlights that we have in here in July, submission of the budget CIP to City Council. This is going to be a special meeting that we have on the 29th for the submission, and this meets our requirements for charter submission of the budget. In September, we have the public hearing introduction ordinance, September the 1st. That is for the introduction of the budget. We have a notice to set the rate, tentatively scheduled for September 8th. And then we have the final ordinance to adopt the levy of taxes on September 15th. And October, we have the implementation. So the first slide that I want to go over is the property tax values. We do have some preliminary tax appraisal values that came in. Preliminary is $27.8 billion. As you can see, in 24-25, which is our current, we were at $24.3 billion. So we do have a nice increase in the appropriations coming from 24-25. As you can see from 22 moving forward, you can see from 23, we have that consistent appraisal. It does look in 24-25, it is slowing down a bit, so that some of the considerations were taken as we move into the future budgets as well. To the right of that chart is the tax rate that we have. The tax rate is percent valuation for every $100. If we look on the left, we have fiscal year 22, our tax rate was 615,370. Moving to the right was 57 cents. Fiscal year 24, we were at 533,945. We are currently in 24-25 at a tax rate of 507,623. We have a breakdown between the top blue and the bottom light blue of the rate that is for the MNO and the INS. INS is what we use for paying our bonds or any of the financing papers that we issue. We are projecting approximately, and this is very preliminary at this point, we're projecting about a 2-cent reduction in the overall tax. And this is based on the constraints of the 3.5% growth. This number might not materialize because we're still working on the final financing mechanism that we're gonna be presenting as we go further in this evening, so that we have a combination of PPFCOs that we're doing and regular contractual obligation bonds that we're doing. So this is, but right now, the preliminary numbers that our tax assessor is running, we're probably gonna reduce the taxes are gonna be reduced by 2 cents because of those constraints. So in looking at that, we also can see that the INS rate is going from 1,10735. It is slightly going up to 1,11844. And the reduction you can see on the MNO, which is the bottom light blue, which is going from.
We have a question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sparta. INS, could you remind us what that is?
Is interest and sinking fund, which that is the monies that we use to pay for our debt service payments. For anything that we finance, bonds, CO, GOs, PPFCOs.
I'm sorry, what do you say, sir? Repeat it again?
The INS, which is the top portion, the total tax rate is broken up into 2 sections. Is what we pay debt service first, and then what goes to general fund for operations. So that top section is what pays for the loans that we have, all the bonds.
So, Mayor, just for the record, because I know what people are seeing right now, can we be very specific and instead of using acronyms, some of us know the acronyms, some of us don't, but if you can use the proper wording and explain for what's used, like you just did right now, so they can understand what they're saying.
Yes, sir.
And at me as well.
Yeah, that's the portion of the tax rate that is used to pay our loans that we have.
Okay.
For bonds.
And is the INS, the interest and sinking rate, capped at a certain level?
No. And that's an excellent point that is being brought up. The way it works is whatever we're financing, that has to be paid first. So if we issue a $40 million bond this year, first, the rate takes care of that issuance that we have. Anything that's left over there is what goes to M&O.
So the INS rate, the interest and sinking rate, is tied to bond sales, and we control the ability to sell those bonds.
We have a way to decide how much is a prudent financing mechanism that we can issue. So in working with our financial advisor, they look at our capacity, and our capacity is much higher than that. As we mentioned when we were talking about the bond referendum, our capacity is much higher. Currently, they're finalizing in Austin some restrictions that they wanted to put in there, but it seems like we're gonna stay where we're at. And this is preliminary because they could always come back and add anything in one of the bills that we have in Austin. So that was, if any of those bills that were in Austin right now were to pass, that would have a big impact on municipalities in how much they could finance. So right now, we could finance $400 million, but our advisor is not gonna recommend that. So what we're trying to do now in the strategy, and I know Mr. Knapp's gonna cover that on his side a little bit, is that we're looking at what is our absolutely necessities today. And I know Ramon and Mr. Knapp will cover that. So we have an input of what that rate is. So if council were to decide, well, we want to be a little bit more aggressive, and instead of issuing a $40 million, maybe 50, that's something that can be discussed, and that's where we need some directive today, because we're The next 2 weeks, we're gonna start talking to our advisor, Mr. Hinojosa, and trying to come up with a strategy for that financing mechanism for those things that are needed.
And the proposed legislation, the interest and sinking rate, if the legislation is to freeze those levels, then cities who have already floated bonds and have a higher interest and sinking rate will kind of lock that in, whereas we as a city have chosen not to do that as of yet.
Correct.
And then we would be, in essence, our hands would be tied so that even in the future, we would not be able to access it if the legislation were to pass at the State House level. So in essence, we would be punished for being more fiscally responsible previously.
Yes. And we know our financial advisor has been very active in Austin, looking into that, as well as other municipalities are discussing that or are very active in that, because that really would have an impact on municipalities, because we're already capped on the growth on one side.
Right.
So now we have a cap on the growth that we can do on our expenditures for financing. That would really have an impact.
And the growth, to be clear, the 3.5%, I'm sorry, Mayor,
Go ahead.
is not tied to inflation. It's just an arbitrary cap.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead and proceed, please.
The next slide is the property tax. This is now how much that is generating. So for example, in fiscal year 25-26, initially our first preliminary meeting that we had, we were projecting about 100 million. With now the preliminary values that come in, we're projecting about $98 million being generated through this, the new appraisal that we're having. Out of that, 29.8 would go for paying of bonds or any of the financing mechanisms that we have. In the current year, we're generating 92.6 million, and we have 25.8 in set aside for bond payments. So we do have an increase there, and that is because we already have a potential amount in here so that we can anticipate or work towards what we're gonna be financing. The 24 and 25, you can see there how we have progressed from on the M&O side, generating 81.4 in fiscal year 23, fiscal year 24, 85, fiscal year 25, 92, and we're bringing in about $6 million more in property tax revenue. Total sales tax. Now, this is total sales tax that encompasses the city sales tax, the transit sales tax, and the.
Yes, go ahead, we have a question.
I promise I'm trying not to stop you, but I didn't understand the last graph actually, like the previous graph.
This one?
No?
Property tax.
There you go.
So we're talking revenue here. Okay, that, well, the graph's away now, but it said general fund and then debt service.
Correct.
Was that referring to M&O and INS, or was that,
Yes.
why was it labeled general?
Because this is just a portion that is going to general fund, the blue on the bottom, which is a 98
So that
million.
98 million
Yes.
from property taxes, but is that from M&O property taxes?
Yes.
Or-
Well, the M&O is the, what goes to general fund.
And then the
INS is what goes to
towards
debt
the
service.
So that's what that was referring to.
Yes.
That was- Okay, got it.
All right.
No,
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
we got it.
Yeah, it's a clarification. No problem. Total sales tax, like I mentioned, the total sales tax has city sales tax, transit, which is 1%. We have a quarter cent for the transit, and sports and community venue is quarter cent. So this is a total that is generated. On the table to the left, the three columns that we have there are the last 3 years. So we have the 65.7 million in 22 that were generated in sales tax. Fiscal year 23, 72.6. Fiscal year 24, we have 76. For fiscal year 24, 25, the actuals are 53 to date as of May. So now the chart on the right has the same totals, but we're estimating for this year that we're gonna end up around $80 million in sales tax. So as you can see, we have about $4 million more generated than last year actual. And with those numbers, we're projecting, proposed for next year is 88 million. So we have almost $8 million in sales tax on the additional monies. So now as we look into the individual ones, the first one is general fund. Same scenario, we have the actuals and the current, we've received 36 million up as of May, and we're estimating we're gonna end up at 54.1. Now, keep in mind, these are all preliminary numbers as we go, but we wanna update council as to where some of these revenues are and what we're projecting for them. And some of these impacts are impacts because of the economy or tariffs that we're taking into consideration, the bridge transfers as well. So all of that is taken into consideration to project some of the estimates and propose for next year. So the proposed for next year for general fund sales tax is about 57.6 million. As we look at the sports and community venue sales tax revenue, same 3 years actuals, 22, 23, 24. We're projecting that we're currently at $9 million as of May. We're estimating that we're gonna get 13.7 million this fiscal year, and we're projecting approximately $1 million more for next year at 14.6 million. This is the quarter cents for sports venue. Then we look at the quarter cents for transit. Same 3-year actuals. We're estimating we're gonna get 8 points. We have 8.6 to date. We're estimating we're gonna get about 12.8, and we're projecting for next year 14.7. There is a slight difference between transit, even though it's a quarter cent, and sports venue, and the reason being that the transit tax doesn't apply on all the products that are bought. So that's why there's a small discrepancy between transit and the sports venue. And as we get into the hotel motel tax revenue, we have the 3 years actuals as well. We are projecting, or we have 2.8 currently up until April. We don't have May on the hotel motel yet. Our estimate is 4.9, and we're proposing 4.9 for next year. And this is a conservative number because of what we mentioned on the economic, and we don't know exactly what's gonna happen for that. General fund bridge transfers to revenue. This is a history of fiscal year 23 to the proposed. Fiscal year 22, the actual was 37.2. Fiscal year 23 was 39.7, and fiscal year 24 was 42. We're estimating that for the current year, we're gonna transfer 42.1 million to general fund, and that the proposed for next year is 43.3. There has been in the last months decline in the revenues of bridge. This is partially because I think the estimates for last year were a little bit more aggressive. We have the unknowns of the economy as well, and the tariffs I don't think those are having an effect yet on bridge. So we want to be conservative next year on our estimates for the bridge revenues. So we're projecting a 43.3 transfer from bridge to general fund based on the 50% resolution that we have in place.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Okay, no, Mr. Sparta. So for this fiscal year, why is it an estimate for the bridge transfer? We already, we budgeted fiscal year 24-25 a specific amount. Shouldn't really be an estimate. It was written in stone. So what do you mean estimate for a
Well,
bridge transfer?
if that's the estimate that we're gonna transfer, if the revenue does not come in, we're only taking 50% of those actual revenues.
So you're saying well,
Right, I'm projecting to get $1 next year, but if I only get 75 cents, I'm only taking 50% of the 75
I'm
cents.
saying when we passed the budget last August, we had a bridge transfer planned.
Projected based on their projected tolls. So if tolls are down, I'm gonna bring in less money.
Well, I understand that's for the next fiscal year when we're planning forward, but
Right. But this is the estimate for the current year. And our revenues are about 5% low this, as of,
for the other things, yes, you're estimating how much sales tax we're gonna have by the end of calendar year 25, I understand that. But for this, I mean, we didn't really estimate what the transfer was gonna be. We committed a number to the general fund. That's why I'm just trying to.
Yeah, and Mayor and council member, it is based upon current revenue. So the bridge is the same as the sales tax or the hot tax or the property tax. If we don't acquire that money, it is an estimate as to what that transfer is going to be. Because we transfer 50% of that fare, that crosses. So if the crossings go down, it could impact that revenue source
So-
to that level.
I guess when we talk.
That's why
about
it's
it-
called an estimate, yeah.
So when we talk about, we're really, in the budget time, we're really saying we're gonna do 50% of bridge revenue will be a transfer, but
Yeah.
the way it's presented to us is like this 42 million.
When you look at the trend and everything, that's what we're following. We're following the trend that the crossing should be equal to this amount or higher. And so we try to be very conservative. So when I reported, about the 5% reduction in bridge revenue from the last time, that was actually a 5% reduction from our budget to our actuals. Right now, we're thinking that the actuals for our bridge are gonna be over what last year's were, the numbers. But our estimate, because, and that's what Mr. Esparza talks about, is that we went less conservative with our, what I thought our revenue was going to be, so it was a little bit higher.
But if
so
we
it's-
budget 42 million of the transfer, but then bridge has a stellar year, are you saying more money is gonna go into the general fund? I mean,
It doesn't go in, it goes in, it comes over, but it goes into the checking account more than
I just don't-
or the savings account, not the checking account, right?
I guess, I'm just saying, moving forward, I don't think we should be committing a percentage like, I feel like we should be saying a dollar amount, because then if we have a good year, then that's extra money in the general fund that we didn't really want to be in the general fund, we wanted to stay in the bridge fund.
Yeah, the challenge is the charter and the ordinance that has created how that structure works.
Okay, all
Yeah,
right, I just,
so, but we can look at that. I mean, that's not a problem. really.
No, and that's a good point, because it can come in, but we don't have it appropriated.
Right, it'll go into the bank, essentially.
Councilwoman has a question.
So the remaining 50%, is that all dedicated to the bridge budget, or is some of that also
the other
held in an
50%?
account for, infrastructure repair, for facilities and maintenance?
The other 50% covers the debt service that they have, the capital fund that they have. So it feeds to the bridge, and then whatever is left over from that goes into our CIF. So first, it covers all the operations, it makes sure that it has the adequate fund balance. The bridge has its required fund balance as well. It has a debt service, construction, and it has a refrigeration unit, that all that has to be covered first.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
once again, that's CIF, that's the construction and refrigerating unit, that's what you meant?
No, the CAF is a capital improvements fund.
Go ahead.
So the total revenues that we have as of today for our general fund is at 280 million. And those 280 million are derived from our property taxes, as we mentioned, 98 million. Sales taxes bringing in approximately 58 million. Bridge transfer, 43 million, and the charges for services, 40 million. Franchise fees, 9 million. License and permits, 9 million. Rents miscellaneous, 8 million. Forfeiture, 6 million. Other financing sources, 5 million, and the other taxes, 4 million. So we are, with our revenues, we're at 280 million currently. So that is a brief on the revenues and major revenues and how we're at. I'm gonna jump into our,
Yes, I have a question.
in the future, I know last couple of years, you had charts that, also shown the increases in each range, like within property tax, like the increase from year to year, just maybe the next
Okay.
presentation, just have that again, because that was nice the last couple of years.
what we were trying to do on this one is show the monthly activity that we have in here. And so I only showed 3 years, but we can certainly go back and do that. Or we can prepare it, and I'll have that for the final one in June.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes, go ahead.
is there any way, Mr. Esparza, that we can get that graph that Dr. King was referring to, like, within this presentation at
Yes.
some point, please?
Yes, let me work on that.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to take you down a little bit different path now. on the revenue. And as you saw in there, on the one graph that had the kind of the pyramid shape on it, where it showed our growth, we have $3.5 billion coming more assessed value within our city, and we're seeing our M&O, our maintenance and operations tax rate lower. One of the options that we will be talking about within the bond, within what happened with the bond referendum and the alternatives of that, is to raise the INS side, the interest and sinking side, and cover a little bit more capital without lowering the tax rate. Keep it at about where the tax rate is in order to keep up. So that'll be a conversation we have. What I wanted to share with you right now, though, was just understanding this revenue and how it impacts everything. Now, again, we've already talked about the sales tax allocation, and we have 1.5% sales tax. We have 1% that goes into the city general fund. We got a 1/4% that goes to transit and a 1/4% that goes to sports venue. Mr. Esparza has already talked about the differences between transit and sports venue, but we have that 1.5. So what I'm going to show you is a few charts here of a 3-year average. So this is taking the 3 last year's actuals, rolling it together, and making an average out of those numbers. So what I wanted to show you, and this is the stacked bar graph of the sales tax, and different colors for the transit and different colors for the sports venue. But I wanted to show you from an October to September time frame how our sales tax comes in. Because we have a lot of conversations about what the benefits of the WBCA is, or these events that are coming in, or this sister city thing. It is all nice activity, but if you look at this chart, it is not really driving any high levels of sales tax. It is these are all cultural events, and what I want to make sure you understand on this chart, sales tax is reported to us 2 months after the money is received. So when you look at this high number in February, it is actually December's sales tax. That's when that money comes in February. So in May is the next second high, that is in March. The 2 largest sales tax driven time frames for us is Christmas and Easter. So when you look at this, and so when we talk about the economic value, and there's nothing there, all these activities, all these events are great events to have. They're more cultural, they're more Laredo than they are economic drivers. And I don't want to belabor that point, but I want to make sure everybody understands, because if we want to try to make them an economic driver, we have to shift our mentality of what these numbers are. But I wanted to show this chart here because when you look at the average of the monthly sales and everything, you can see our high points and our low points. So when we do advertising, when we try to help our businesses sell more stuff, you can kind of see what is happening within our whole dynamics of the sales tax. I wanted to go into the hotel occupancy tax next. Again, 60% of our hotel is actually regular business travel, and the numbers all do that. I will tell you what was really fun when I was putting this together is that CVB has this wonderful software that we should use a little bit more. It tracks on a daily basis how these numbers move. It tracks everything. The charts are just fantastic with this. You're going to get to see my little chart here. This is the 3-year average of the HOT over the last 3 years based upon the months that it was received, and you can see the high points and the low points. March was a low point for us for this. Now, hot tax is received at least a month afterwards. They report it, but it takes us a month to get the numbers. So sales tax is 2 months, hot tax is 1 month. And so you can kind of see where we have a high in April, but that would be the March number there for people that are staying within our community over the last 3 years. It looks like July is a good time, so over the 4th of July, more than likely, that has an impact on our occupancy as well too. But you can kind of see where a lot of our travel comes through there.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you go back, Mr. Nutt,
Yes.
to that chart? So I'm noticing that other than March, February is one of our lower points also. And then in January, so I'm wondering why, do we have any further data to analyze? Because I know we have WBCA
Yeah.
events all throughout February, but it looks like
What,
that's actually one of our lower.
yeah, what we want to do is we want to dig deeper into this information. I think we have the data. We've just never looked at it to this level because we've always been getting through the day. And you are correct. This March number, this low number for hotel stays is in February.
Well, because, I mean, one of the main reasons why, we,
Yeah.
is because of, hotel, motel and
Right.
tourism, but it doesn't look
And
like we're having a lot of that.
I don't want to burst bubbles with this information, but what it shows to me is that WBCA is a cultural event for us.
Local.
It's not really a driver, a tax driver.
Is there any more data that we can look at to analyze this a little further? Cause I think it's gonna be important.
Yeah, and again, that's why we were looking at this as well too, because if you look at April, there is an uptick from what March was, but this is the February numbers right here for April, for sales tax. So, but I know exactly where you're at. I wanna pull this together a little bit farther. I'm not saying anything about not supporting things. What I'm saying is, let's call it what it is.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Knapp, could it also be that because of the events and all of the activity that are very culture-focused and draws in crowds, that business travel actually decreases? If business travel represents 60% of our hotel occupancy taxes, and they see that there's just a lot of other activity going on, perhaps the choice for business travel, it's actually driven away.
And I think that's where we go back to exactly what Mayor Pro Tem's saying as well too, is that we have to dig deeper into these numbers. We have to understand a little bit farther exactly what it's doing. The only way to get some of that information is to essentially do hotel surveys, find out why people are staying at the hotels. There's a lot of different factors that are in there. I'll show you, I've got a couple other slides here to kind of show you where we're kind of headed with this economic side of it, because trying to understand exactly how to move these numbers is the idea next, right, for economic development and such. And so I don't have all the answer today, but that's why I wanted to make sure I start sharing this, because if we want to drive more of our revenue sources and try to increase more revenue, then we have to understand that farther. So, but most of this hotel occupancy is driven by business travel. It is a Monday through Friday, is most of it. We do see some uptick on the Saturday time frame, but it's not quantitative that it's every Saturday or it's tied to an event. So we can't find all of that. It's really interesting in the data that we received from Ms. Ramos with the software. Our average hotel stay is 5.1 nights, which drives it to a Monday through Friday time frame as well too. And so these are all good numbers, and what we're trying to determine here is what is transient, what's discretionary travel, so what is tourism related. And I think we have a lot of room to grow on that. But so really quickly with the visitor activity versus the economic indicators, the hot revenue, from this point, I'm actually going in. I wanted to see what the bridge crossing looks like on top of these charts as well too. And what we found is that there's probably more of a correlation with hotel stays and sales tax than hotel stays and crossings. I'm sorry, hotel stays and crossings. So this is the chart where we have the bridge crossings. And you can kind of see what our February, and I believe these numbers are maybe a month off, no more than a month off, because we're collecting a lot of this data as far as who's crossing and when. So our numbers go quicker than the state numbers with sales tax or the information that we're getting from after the hotels and motels actually apply their numbers.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, just wanted,
Yep.
because we've talked about three things, right? Sales tax,
Sales tax, hot
There's
tax, and
there's a
now
2 month
I'm doing bridge crossing.
2-month delay on sales tax. And
Two
is that
months
just, is that a rough estimate, or is that like?
No, because what happens is that it gets reported to the state. So a business completes their books, they report the information to the state. The state then correlates it within whatever their thing is, and then they send us our check a month later.
Okay, and then the hotel occupancy tax, you're saying it's just
Hotel
1 month.
occupancy tax, because it's more internally driven, they get their information done, and what you see, in my mind, what you see in some of the swings of the hotel occupancy tax as well too, is bad reporting from some of our hotel owners.
Right.
they don't get the information turned in time.
Making sure the conclusions we're drawing from these are not just rough estimates that we're talking about.
They're rough. I wanna get all the team together and kind of run through these a little bit more, but I wanted to give you an idea of, as we try to move the needle. So these are the bridge crossings. This is not a dollar sheet. This is the number of people that cross the bridges, and this is just the totals from the last 3 years.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Davis, just a quick question, it's just something for me, I've been seeing this. How do we get this data? Like, do we go out there and do a survey, or just the revenue coming in?
So,
Or how do we get to this point?
all right, so on all of those, sales tax, the businesses turn in their sales tax numbers. They're required to report it to the state. The hotel occupancy gets reported in, and it's based upon their numbers, because there are some exemptions within our hotel occupancy tax as well too, and so they balance that all out with who all staying. And then the bridge crossings are between our information and the Border Patrol's information.
So this is all the hotels that around the
Hotel
city?
occupancy is all the hotels. They also track the short-term rentals, which are the Airbnbs and stuff like that. So that's what's happening in the hotel occupancy tax. It's everybody that has the rooms for rent, for nightly and as well, so. Okay. And then this data comes from the Border Patrol and also from our bridge, because we track all this information as well too. But you can kind of see the swings in how the traffic's crossing. I overlaid the hot tax over the bridge crossings, trying to find any correlation to all this traffic that we have running across the bridges. Is it turning into hotel nights? And you can see that it doesn't follow very well at all, a lot of squiggly lines and everything. And so, but I think as we branch it into the actual months that it has been received, I think we'll see it a little bit tighter, but it's not, even if I move back the hot tax by a month, I keep the bridge where it's at, we're still not tying in exactly where it's at. And so this will be where we're headed for that information, but.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Yes, sir.
I just think it'd be interesting to see if, with all this graph information, that maybe hitting it a little bit further back, 10 years, I
Yes,
would say. And only because you'll see that, I guess over even 20 years, you'll see where we were at our peak point at like 97% occupancy at that time. That you can see the actual drop date, and then we can surround that with the news of the year, the economic conditions of that year, and figure out more or less what's been going on over the past 15, 20 years.
And I will say, in the data that CVB has as well too, it does articulate that we're about 84% capacity right now within hotel occupancy, but 60% of that is all business type travel. So when you think about those percentages, but we can go back. The nice thing about Laredo, they've done a great job of tracking all this stuff for years. And my only reason for using the 3-year average is because when I build a budget, 5 years is almost the data from the 2 previous years is too old to really utilize what's happening in the city. 5 years runs us into COVID.
Yeah.
And so there was all these little external factors that you have to take into account to figure out whether or not the numbers are good or bad.
Well, I mean, I was trying to get, the business travel is fine, and I don't have a problem with that, but I was trying to get to the last glory days of this city where tourism.
Happy to do those kind of information, because really, how do we bring that back, right?
Right.
Or did we lose it? I mean,
Right.
that's another thing, is
question.
I'm not sure if we lost it, because we are growing. I mean, you can see the growth in every data that we have. It's just that I would argue that our growth is part of our curse as well too, because the way the legislature has set up our revenue sources, it's not staying coursed.
Right.
We're going backwards on that revenue source, and so we have to make up the difference in another way, so.
Right.
Yes, go ahead.
So here on after the overlay of the graphs right there, you have that sales and hot tax revenues are realized approximately 2 months after the month.
Yep.
But I thought you were saying that the hot tax is really just 1 month?
In my mind, based upon what I heard today, and again, it's these charts continue to move. All our data continues to move, But what I heard from CVB is that we believe that the hot, it may be only a month delay.
Because.
So we're gonna correlate that.
Here you go with the three of them. So, if one is 1 month out and
Yep.
another is 2 months out, are you adjusting for that?
We will adjust. Not all of this is
'Cause
adjusted.
then this doesn't make
Well,
any
no,
sense.
but I want to make sure you understand where we're headed as
Okay.
well too. So, yeah, but there is a correlation. I mean, if you look at this tail end over here, everything kind of correlates, and we'll mess it all up when we move it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So this information is
Now,
quite accurate.
yeah, but what I want to do is confirm it before I say whether or not this is all just in there as well too. But I wanted to make sure, because if you look at them individually, especially this one, I'm solid on this one right here with the sales tax. Sales tax is a 2-month delay before we ever receive the money. That's our second biggest fund. Property tax is number 1, sales tax is number 2, bridge is number 3. But these numbers are where I kind of started with, and then I said, I need to look at these other ones as well too, but there are extenuating circumstances, because if a business doesn't submit their paperwork on time and they're delayed, they may be penalized, but it shows up in our numbers off.
Right.
So we are trying, we're playing with a living document as well too, so. Okay, I think that was about where I wanted to go. Just what I wanted to say about this as well too is that our local economy is what's really driving our sales tax. We don't have that much tourism coming in. I think if the tourism's coming in, it's tucked away in our local numbers. I think what we see based on the bridge crossings as well too, when you correlate the bridge crossings to the sales tax, we do have some people coming over and shopping still, and then going back over to Nuevo Laredo. But I would call them local and regional as well too. I think our footprint out of the region, you go out so many miles away from the city, and that's the ones that are gonna come here and shop. There's a lot of retail trade study information that does that. The hot revenue is based upon the hotel motel stays. 60% of it is all business travel. That is what it is. The business people don't shop as heavily as the people that are here for tourism, and so those are the things that you want to kind of watch for. And then I think that as we tighten these numbers up and as we kind of bring them in there, I think it's been a while since Laredo actually tried to consider this data in an economic format. And we can pull in the chamber, and we can pull in the Economic Development Corporation as well too for that. That's the second section. I just wanted to make sure I shared just a little deeper outlook on that. Mr. Esparza covered all of the revenue numbers of where we think they're going to be, where we think they're going to go. This gives you kind of a look at how we might be able to adjust the numbers as we go. I'm going to step back out of the way of Mr. Esparza. We're going to cover the budget survey. And the budget survey we put out, we extended it for 1 more week. I would say that it's kind of a nice thing to look at. I think there'll be some assumptions that you guys will recognize very well, but the statistical information is it's not enough to qualify all of the statements either. But you're going to see some of the belief systems that you all have for different reasons within that structure. And so your constituents have some of these ideas, so. I think I'll drop that down to when I talk to them.
Honorable Mayor, Council, this is Esparza again with the Budget Department. I'll be going over the budget survey that we did this year. As they pass the presentations, as an introduction, following the GFOA best practices and management direction, the Budget Department and staff conducted a budget survey to gather input from citizens about the city's budget process or priorities. The City of Laredo previously conducted a similar survey in 2004 and in 2006, administered by a telephone through National Survey Research each receiving 500 responses. This year, we opted to do it in-house to be more efficient and not have that cost of doing that. And we did learn a lot in this survey, so we're already planning our next survey and what changes we are. We are trying to get those numbers, or get better numbers. So for this new effort, the Budget Department reviewed the City of Fort Worth survey along with management input and selected a set of questions that would be applicable to our community. A total of 12 questions were chosen, along with one open-ended question for residents to provide additional. Now, keep in mind that this question might have subcategories within those, and we'll be reviewing that in the following slides. The methodology followed was the survey was open from March 24 through March 27. For the purposes of this presentation, responses were considered through May 19. A total of 255 responses are in this survey. We do have, as of today, about 288. According to the U.S. Census, the population of Laredo is 261,260 as of July 1st, 2024, and the number of household units as of 2023 was 76,259. Based on this data, approximately 0.1% of the city population responded to the survey, and around 0.3% of households submitted one response. First question that we had was, please rank the following city services in order of importance to you. A majority of residents polled ranked infrastructure as one of the most important issues. Infrastructure was a category of public works, traffic, engineering, and utilities. We did have some issues with this question, and some of the comments were some customers were confused about the question, which led the following clarification. This question, they were giving the option from 1 to 10 to prioritize them. So when you put a 1 in the first question, it would organize the rest, and then you could put the 2, the 3, and the 4. Some recipients that were doing the survey did the 1, and they didn't know they had to go do the 2 and the 3. So, however, these are the results. The infrastructure rated an 8.8 in a scale of 1 to 10, followed by public safety at 7.5, parks 6.6, health 6.4, CD 5.9, environmental 5.4, library 5.4 as well, transportation 3.9, tourism 2.6, and internal service 2.5. Just to go back on that, once we found out those comments were coming in, we made some notations on these questions so that we would tell them that keep scoring them accordingly throughout the question. Question 2A, how satisfied are you with the police and fire services? 55.7% of the majority of the residents polled rated the services as satisfactory, satisfied, or very satisfied. Meanwhile, 19.2% of the residents rated the service as dissatisfied or very dissatisfied. We had 60, looking at the chart to the left, looking at 6, we had 60 respondents saying they were very satisfied, 82 were satisfied, 59 were neutral. Question 2B, how satisfied are you with the health and animal care services? We had 43.1% of the residents polled rated health and animal services as neutral. Meanwhile, 35.3% of the residents rated the service as dissatisfied or very dissatisfied. Chart on the left shows the number of respondents for each category: 13 very satisfied, 40 satisfied, 110 neutral, 55 dissatisfied, and 35 very dissatisfied. Question 2C, how satisfied are you with the parks and recreation facilities? 34.9% of the residents polled rated the service as satisfied or very satisfied. We had 15 respondents said very satisfied, 74 satisfied, and 87 neutral. Question 2D, how satisfied are you with the road and traffic maintenance? 70.6% of the majority of our residents polled rated the service as dissatisfied or very dissatisfied. Meanwhile, 11.8 of the residents rated the service as satisfied or very satisfied. So in this chart, you can see that the road and traffic dissatisfied, we had 99 respondents and 81 very dissatisfied. How satisfied are you with the human resources? 53.7 majority of the residents rated human resources as neutral. Meanwhile, 16.9 of the residents rated that the services are satisfied or very satisfied. So we had 137 respondents as neutral, 48 dissatisfied, and 34 satisfied. Question 2F, how satisfied are you with the environmental and solid waste management services? 34.9 of the residents polled rated the service as dissatisfied or very dissatisfied. We had 59 dissatisfied, 30 respondents very dissatisfied. We did have 83 neutral, 66 satisfied, and 14 very satisfied.
Okay.
Question 2G,
Mayor?
how's,
Yes, question, please.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Esparza, but I think what this is showing us is that we need someone to do a professional poll of our community, because neutral cannot be winning. Neutral cannot be the winner of every single argument, because I know we have a lot of people that are very passionate in our community that are not neutral about any of these things. So I appreciate, I know you're just giving us information as you have to, but clearly this is not going to tell us a lot, because I know my constituents are not neutral about half of these. They're not neutral about animal safety. They're not neutral about parks. So it's just, I think we need to do a professional survey, professional polling, whatever it is. And also I'll remind our council, we have a new charter amendment that will allow us to poll next time there's an election. Of course, we don't want to do one just and spend the money just to do one for during an off election year, but something to consider next November or even in March when the primaries are up, if the city gets on board with using that new charter tool we have, which asks the public questions that are non-active based, so we like non-action based, just polling our community. That's something we now have the power to do in the charter. So I hope we use that in one of the next regular elections, whether it be the March primaries or next November, to get a bigger sample size of what people believe and want. So.
and Mayor, we are going to address some of those points that you're making. Mr. Knapp will then go in here and talk about some of this and some ideas that we have for the upcoming future and all that. One of the things that, like I did mention at the beginning, we did learn a lot on the survey. This is the first survey that we've done after quite a bit of while. We did it internally. We do plan to continue doing it and make some improvements on it. In the ones that were done last time, we got 500 responses. There was a cost to that. I don't have the cost. The current one, we're almost at 300. So I'm sure as we move forward, we'll be able to generate those numbers. I do agree on some of the questions. Some of these questions were coming from, like I mentioned, the other cities that are out there. We surveyed several cities and we had about 100 questions, of different, from all ranges. But the grading is part of what we're looking at. But we do have some other points in here that you allow me to continue.
Yeah.
Some points.
No, I'm sorry. It was just getting frustrating to see the neutral being the winner of all of these when we know that's not true.
Well, those are the responses. Some of them did not. I mean, we have in here, for example, some people didn't respond to some of the questions, but those were out of the 200 and the ones that we have. Those were the responses that we're getting.
And comparing this community development, they do their survey, the needs survey as well, which was a lot more informative for me anyway, from the last couple of years that we've done that. So I don't know if we need to merge those efforts together. Or
We did work. We worked with our IT department to do the survey in budget and management. We'll be happy to include any other department that has expertise in this matter, and we have able to.
And keep in mind that this level of a survey is actually driven for the focus of a budget. And so that, and in my mind, I think that'll be the difference you see in a community development one and what we're doing with the budget as well too. But I can appreciate what you're saying about the middle. The middle is
Yeah.
It's just it's average, neutral, whatever you want to call it.
All right,
So,
all right.
We had initiated a study back in
Councilwoman, go ahead.
Mayor, sorry, that we had initiated a study back in 2021. What were the results? I think they were way over. Yeah, I thought it was around 1,000, and that, so anyway.
All right.
Something to look at.
I'll go really quick on this, just to kind of point out all the different questions that we have. The economic development, 50.2 of the majority of the residents of the post service were dissatisfied or very dissatisfied with the economic and development community initiatives. How satisfied are you with the library services? 43.9% of the residents polled were satisfied or very satisfied. 2J, how satisfied are you with the municipal court and legal services? 51% said they were, majority residents polled rated services as neutral. How satisfied are you with the airport and bridge services? 48.2 of the residents polled rated that the services are neutral. Meanwhile, 24.7 residents based the services. Services as dissatisfied or very dissatisfied. Then this question is, if you had $100 to allocate to the following areas, how would you distribute it? The category with the highest allocation was public safety at 21%, while the lowest was city governance and operations at 4%. 20 residents entered less than $100, so they didn't allocate the whole $100, but you can see here, public safety, 21%, parks, 11%, infrastructure, 19%, health, 16%, economic, 9%, library, 10%, and environmental, 10%. How satisfied are you with Laredo as a place to live? 38% of the residents polled rated Laredo as a place to live as dissatisfied or very dissatisfied. How satisfied are you with Laredo as a place to raise children? 37.7 of the residents polled rated Laredo as a place to raise children as dissatisfied or very dissatisfied. We had 71 respondents at satisfied, 18 very satisfied. How satisfied are you with Laredo as a place to work? We had 48.2 of the residents polled Laredo as a place to work as dissatisfied or very dissatisfied. We had 61% satisfied, 61 respondents, and 9 respondents that were very satisfied. How satisfied are you with Laredo as a place to retire? The majority of 52.6 residents polled Laredo rated as a place to retire, dissatisfied or very dissatisfied. How satisfied are you with the overall, with the equality of life in Laredo? 43%. How safe do you feel in your neighborhood during the day? A majority of 80% of the residents polled said they feel satisfied or very satisfied in their neighborhood during the day. Meanwhile, 6.7 of the residents rated it as a dissatisfied or very dissatisfied. So this shows that our residents feel safe in our community, and it shows on the effort that we do in public safety investment that we do.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
So I think it's interesting that this is where you see those neutral respondents really drop off,
Yes.
right? And so people do feel, and thank you to Chief Rodriguez and Chief Hurd for creating this safety in our neighborhoods. But that seemed to move the public interest to comment on that.
Yeah, some of the other questions are more budget related and they're not really, have a side or another. I have a couple of other sides on the respondents, how willing they are to participate, so. But yes, this one was definitely a 80% satisfied. How safe do you feel in your neighborhood at night? A majority of 63% of the residents polled said they feel satisfied. So there is a difference between day and night here. And then how safe do you feel in other city parks? 44.3% of the residents feel satisfied or very satisfied with the city parks. How do you feel about public areas, city? IGE downtown. A majority of 57.3% of the people feel dissatisfied or very dissatisfied with the areas of the city. How safe do you feel your children are in our local schools? 41% residents feel very satisfied with their children's safety in local schools. How satisfied are you with the cleanliness of major city streets and public works? 45.9% of the residents feel very dissatisfied with the cleanliness of their major city streets and public areas. How satisfied are you with the maintenance of city streets and sidewalks? Majority of 61.5% of the residents said that they feel dissatisfied or very dissatisfied with the maintenance of city streets. This is another one that the neutral they have a site. How satisfied are you with the cleanliness of your neighborhood? Again, 43.1% of the residents polled said that they feel satisfied or very satisfied. Satisfied, 96 respondents, 14 very satisfied. How satisfied are you with the mowing and trimming of parks in the city streets? 39.5% of the residents polled said they feel satisfied or very satisfied. We had 83 satisfied and 17 responded with very satisfied. How satisfied are you with the speed which graffiti is removed? 48.2% of the residents polled said they feel neutral about how quickly graffiti is removed. How would you prefer to receive information about the city's budget and services? So a majority of the 203 of the residents polled said that they prefer to receive information through social media. Meanwhile, 59 residents said they prefer to receive information through community meetings. City website, we had 120, social media 203, local newspaper 63, community meetings 59, email newsletters 85, and text alerts 97. Would you be interested in participating in future community meetings about the city budget? A majority of 189 residents polled said they would be interested in participating in meetings about the budget. Meanwhile, 66 said that they would not be interested. So there is a big interest in citizens participating in the budget process. What is your age group? A majority of our residents polled were between the ages of 25 and 44. Meanwhile, 7 residents polled were under 24. No residents skipped this question. Question 10, which area of Laredo do you reside in? A majority of the residents polled were from North Laredo. We had 49.8% North Laredo, South 19.2, East 9.8, and Central 16.1. That brings us to question 11. How long have you lived in Laredo? A majority of residents polled have lived in Laredo for more than 10 years. Meanwhile, there was one person that not lived in Laredo that was in the poll. Question 12, what is your total annual household income? 41.2 of the residents polled have a total household income of more than 100,000. Meanwhile, 9.8 of the residents polled have a total household income of 30,000. And those are the ranges of income, 100 to 124K, 15.7, 60 to 99,000, 27.8%, 30 to 59, 21.2%, under 15,000, 5.1%. These were some of the comments, I just picked 2. I know Mr. Neff is going to talk more about the comments, but we had 46 residents either skip or did not provide comments. One of the comments said, glad you are giving residents the opportunity to participate in our survey. Hope citizens engage and have their opinion heard. Another comment is, overall, I wouldn't necessarily tell anyone to move here. And another comment was, thank you.
All right, that's the quantitative side or the qualitative side. I'm gonna go through the comment section a little bit, because I think what was interesting, and I'm gonna tell you again about statistics a little bit as well too, because, we had 255 structured responses, 229 open-ended comments. It is not statistically representative of the people. It's more of a directional insight, and that's why I prefaced all this information saying you're gonna see some similarities in all the conversation. I would argue that the comments are probably even gonna be closer than the, what we just talked about with, how to rate it out, for that context. And, what you really wanna have in our adult population is about 172,000 in the population. We need at least 624 responses, to make it very viable information. Then it'll statistically lay over the top of the entire population.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Neb. You know, March through May, there are a lot of different activities that either council members are hosting or participating in.
Yeah.
I think having this available in these different community events
Yeah.
would be a way to.
No,
attract more
and I agree,
response.
and I think that's where, as we redevelop these systems of what we're doing, because you saw how long it had been since we've done our last survey for the budget at all, right? We don't do it on a regular basis. Most of our big brothers and sisters do them at least every 2 years, every 3 years. And that's why I think, trying to perfect this system, even like with the bond referendums, we should be out there more often with really good bond referendums as to what we're trying to do for our city as well too. And I think that's the stuff that we want to make sure that everybody's aware of. Right now, based upon the number of people that we have, we've had respond, we're only at about a 60% range of what the population is. So we're not high enough in that level of knowing that all this information is worthwhile. But I will tell you that I think when you look through all these surveys and all these comments and everything, I think everybody has heard at least some of these comments to a certain level. It's good that they feel safe in our community. It's bad that they don't want to live here. So I don't know how to correlate that out, but it's all a good thing. But our best practice is if we can get around 1,000 to 2,000. So as we try to figure out exactly how to reach our people better, that's what we want to do. And I think that's what we saw with our bond referendum as well too. When we have 91% of our voting population not voting, we need to find a way to reach our people more. And people call it apathy. I just think that we're just not reaching them the right way in today's society. So that's where I wanted to make sure. So with this survey, we do look at it for directional validation, not statistical representation. There are things to be learned out of any of this information. Even when we have this room, people come in and speak to the council, there is something to be gleaned out of that conversation that happens. And so I want to make sure that you understand that with that. We just have to look at this a little bit differently with that. When you look at the results in the comment themes, our number one priority is infrastructure. The matching comment themes were roads, drainage, and water quality. We know that. I think we felt that through the bond referendum as well too. Everybody wanted to know why water was not on the general fund bond referendum, but that's the stuff that we have. 70.6% of our people in this survey are dissatisfied with roads. That means we have to do better. I would argue this is not indicative of us not doing a good job fixing our roads. It's we're not fixing enough of our roads. That was the whole conversation we were having within the bond referendum as well too. We need to be doing about $30 to $35 million worth of our roads if we want to get the life cycle to change every 30 years and rebuild the roads. This one kind of it was interesting a little bit. 35.3% dissatisfaction with animal services. But I think that's because we have a smaller group that are more passionate that did respond to this, because I'd like to see a larger one, because we're not getting the calls that we used to have with animal services. I think the structure has changed. One of the things that I did see in some of the comments and everything were they want more in spade and neuter. They want it cheaper to have a pet. That's what I was hearing out of that one. It's really interesting that 74% of them want to be more involved in the budget preparation, so participation within that. There were repeated demands of transparency. There is a dissatisfaction from planning and zoning. We've been working on that. I think you're gonna see that within all of our stuff as we're moving into it. We have the Bloomberg study out there looking at planning and zoning. We are restructuring our standards of service, and we're going to rebuild that department accordingly to try to meet those levels. And so you'll see some of that common theme as we walk through some of this thing. Some equity gaps that reinforce the need for that broader outreach, and we talked a little bit about neutral not being a good thing. Only 2.4% of our youth underneath 24 responded to this, and they're 24% of our population. We need that number should have been a little bit higher. And we had a higher income skew. We had more in the 41%. We're over the 100,000 median household income, and our average is 63,000. The geographic imbalance, 49% were from North Laredo. So we had an underrepresented south, east, and west, if you want to break it up into geographic spots. So we have to find a way to reach out a little bit better with this thing. Mr. Esparza talked about with question 1, because of the way you had to click through each one of them to rank, because it would automatically populate after you click on one for one of them, it automatically populated. If they did not go back and click on number 2 on any of them, then we think that might be. We look at where all the numbers are at. We believe that we caught it in time. It may skew the information just a little bit, but it's there. Out of the comment section, 39% of our responses came from infrastructure and water. 31 came from public safety and budget allocation. One of the things you're going to see with public safety is we had split comments. We had people talking really highly about our police and fire, and we had the other end were saying we're spending too much. We need to spend less on that. The governance and ethics, that was a strong call with the transparency and the restraint within the 83. You'll see that within all of our conversations as we get into the budget expenditures. Animal care and control, parks and beautification, improving access, shade, maintenance, and then education in the libraries, preserve and enhance investment. One of the things that I saw in here, one comment that happened with the library was we can't keep cutting library funding. Now, just so you know, Laredo has never cut library funding. So this individual had this perception that we're cutting funding, and we're not cutting the funding. So that's an outreach effort is what I'm saying, is that we need to make sure that everybody understands what's truly happening out there. Because it's really hard to use that comment to our advantage, because library has, just like every other one of our departments, we support it very well through that structure. Underrepresented but important categories in there. There were 8 comments on environmental priorities. That's clean air, heat, adaptation, enforcement. 4 of them were transportation and mobility, congestion relief, south side access. There were 11 on housing and economic opportunities, affordability and revitalization. And then there were no urban planning development comments, but because some of them responded like 6 or 8 different comments in one section, so I got lumped under a different section is what happened. We have to break all those out in order to determine that. I just wanted to be careful about how we've nudged them out there.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Can you go back to the
Yes, sir.
last slide, sir? The transportation and mobility congestion relief south side access. What were the comments on those? Like, what was
You'll have a copy of all 259 of them. I'm trying to remember exactly what the housing and the transportation and mobility. Of course, the congestion relief is because we have not 50% of them up there. A lot of that is the congestion up on the north end. I think we have congestion areas down in the south end as well too. So it's about moving that traffic through. And then, of course, the south side access within there. I was going to see if I had.
were there any kind of specifics, like, let's say, road access, or maybe 83 was Cuatro Vientos? Was it?
I believe Cuatro Vientos was mentioned specifically in there as one of the roads that was in there. I don't remember exactly what all it said about that. That's why I'll go back to that data and make sure that you have that. But again, we need to pull that information out of there in order to try to figure out that is. The challenge we have is it's not representative of the entire group, but I expect that you get calls about it.
Yeah, we do.
So I think it's going to tie fairly closely to that information. So It doesn't look like I put all that in there because I wanted to keep your time short, so, and I was gonna provide you with every one of those, so that'll be a handout that you'll have on that. Any other questions on the survey? You can see some of the interesting, there's a couple other pieces. As we get into other pieces, we'll see more of it, but yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Mr. Knapp, really quick, on the spay and neuter, it might not be, so much that the people want a cheaper pet, but they wanna see less strays in the community.
Yeah, yeah, and you can see that in the way the comment was written, you know, because they did specify spay and neutering and everything. I think to a certain point, you want to take it back and see exactly who that is, not who the individual is, because they're all anonymous, right? Essentially, the data that we have is that they're an age group and a salary group as to how they respond. We don't know who these individuals are unless they gave a name. By the way, I think 4 or 5 of them did give a name. But we'll go back through those as well too and try to determine exactly what they were meaning by giving that comment, right? Because it may be that, yeah, we just want less strays, or what we're trying to do with that.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Neb, does this begin to lay the groundwork for revisiting Viva Laredo, the comprehensive plan, and hosting those community meetings? Those were very well attended. There was a lot of rich conversation, and it's been enough time has passed, so it's a good idea to look
Yeah,
at.
it really does, because, and it's exactly what you said earlier as well too, is that we need to take advantage of any of our district events and everything, and not try to package this in like a month before, you know, or 2 months. I mean, that was the whole argument with some of the argument with the bond referendum. We were so tight on getting this information done and completed. I think the thing is that we need to turn all of this structure that we're reinventing or restructuring with, we need to turn it into an annual process. And we need to make sure that any of our surveys out there, we grab that information from all the different sources. I thought it was nice that it was, at least one person was honest about that they didn't live in town. I was because you know, it appears on Facebook there's a lot of people interested in Laredo that don't live here, and so all right, we're going to jump over this one here. I actually have in here that I really would like some insight from you on where we're going. I talked about this item at the first budget workshop, and now I want to try to get a little bit closer and tighter to this, because what we were trying to do is, one of the things that we saw in the surveys, and there's 2 items on here, because before we get out of here today, I intend to talk about council salaries, council retirement and everything, because I want to make sure that we are telling the people a full story and how we can help manage it and control it, because what we heard in the surveys and what we heard during the bond referendum was this transparency, this trust in our government and everything. And so I believe that all of you can play a part in that developing out that by, let's create the legislation that shows how we're going to manage this stuff, because really I think the conversation we had with the district funds or the priority funds, the council salaries and everything, is the unknowns and waiting for somebody else to do something different than what everybody knows about. And so with this one, I just talked about this thing. We're wanting to remodel our district priority funds. We want to remodel how we look at supporting our third-party funding, how we support these events and all this other activity. And so this kind of models the San Antonio, what's called the CCPF fund. There is a structure there, so that you don't have to, when people come and ask you, can we get assistance from the city, you don't have to put it on the agenda in the manner and then have to do a one at a time kind of issue. We're going to develop a structure for this, for all of that different things. And so, but we have to change our mentality and our model for how we're doing this. So what we're developing out in this DDF fund is the council support for community activities and capital priorities. And then, of course, dedicating that structure within that. So here's the overview of this 3-fund model. Now, the district priority funds, and just so you know, San Antonio, they have a lot bigger budget, and they've found room in their general fund to do a lot of construction type work in the general fund. we don't have that room right now because of all of our constraints and everything. So the way I've established this thing is that we're establishing a dollar amount out of anytime we go out for borrowing from our regular every year CIP fund or our COs and everything else. What I wanted to do was kind of cap that at $150,000 per district. That'll take care of sidewalk signage, minor drainage. Be aware though that if there's a year that we do not borrow, there is no money to add to that for the districts at that lower level. We'll do all the projects at a city level if we ever got there. But what I'm recommending, of course, is that we kind of cap it at the 150. That seemed to be a number that worked really well for Laredo's size and everything. The district discretionary fund, this was the old promotion fund, and it was at $12,500 a year. I'm recommending that we take the districts to $20,000, but rather than to bring waivers for nonprofits in here, we allow for that fund to cover the support of our nonprofits as well. That's why I'm increasing that number, so that it is not, we don't have to find the money out of some department's budget to cover this thing. And what it'll help us do is that it'll help us cap the amount that we give out and provide for the support outside of our core services. But it'll keep us giving and helping, and that way you have it's in your hands in order to get there. So I was saying district discretionary funds at $20,000 per district, the mayor's discretionary fund at $30,000. We would do a city support and matching fund because some of our needs are outside of that level of what it is. Because what San Antonio does, they cap exactly how much they will provide to each entity because they want to spread it as much over the community as they can. And so what the city support and matching fund is that will cover those things that are essentially the safety net for what the council wants to do, but I've still got it capped in a budget amount so that I know exactly what's moving. I don't want these numbers hidden anymore in the departments where we can't find out exactly where it's at, recreating it. All right, then we have yes, sir.
Question. Give us an example of city support matching funds and overflow match of nonprofit events. Like what would you consider nonprofit? So.
All right, so and the way I look at the city support and matching fund, say you have an entity that wants your help, and we've capped your discretionary fund and said you can't give any more than $2,000, but they say, well, we need about $4,000. And if we give $4,000, this is how it's going to match the vision of the city. This is how it's going to match all these different pieces. Rather than to break the policy, we have the city support matching fund where the city partners with the district, and we come up with the $3,000, $4,000. So that's a pocket of money that we lean on together in order to help support some of these functions that are out there that don't fit our parameters, I guess.
$190,000 is for all the council members and the mayor, or
it's
per district?
Essentially, it's city. All of this is city funds, right? And so, what it is that we would establish the process as to what type of nonprofit events and everything. If it breaks our, and we haven't built the policy yet.
Okay.
So if we say that we're going to cap everything at $2,000 for this activity that they do out there, a 5K run. We'll use a 5K run because we have those private and personal. So we have a 5K run. You say, I want to help support that.
Okay.
And well, in order to make their gap work, they need more money than the $2,000 that you have the ability. We then will have this overflow that says, yes, it brings in 300 visitors, or it brings in whatever it is. Then that's where the city will lean on those funds in order to close that gap and provide the funds for the nonprofit.
Do they have to bring proof that?
Just so you know, I would expect. I think they all have to prove it anymore because, like I just showed you in the earlier information, some of these things that we think of as economic drivers, they're cultural events. They're just our heart, not our pocketbook. And so I want to make sure that because one and I you know we have when we have baseball leagues and everything, if they're bringing in outside visitors, there is a number that the state uses for visitor tourism dollars per day, $190 a day. I don't know if anybody a family of three comes in and spends $190 for each one of them, but we give them credit for that. But if they are over that amount, now we're taking somebody else's sales tax that they generated somewhere else, and then we're capping that. By the way, it's our second largest fund. It covers police and fire. We're trying to get our budget to work and everything. And that's why we have to have the caps, and that's why we have to have the responsibility of those agencies to show us exactly what's happening. Again, it goes back into our conversation with the surveys, right? Because the surveys, we want to hear from all the people. I mean, so where did you come from? How long did you stay? What did you do while you were here? Is there anything we can make you to do your stay better? All that stuff is happening within that.
Transparency, yes.
And so now the major events and partnerships fund, these are the things, this is a kind of our renovation of our third-party funding as well too. We have those agencies that we're helping with, and we already updated that policy for third-party funding. We have a new system out there. You know, we don't want anybody in third-party funding forever. We want them there. We want them help get them on their feet, and then we want to see if they can get their sponsorships elsewhere. But we also have the WBCA's. We have parades. We have all these other things. Rather than to pay for anything out of the departments, I want to put it into this budget fund. And so we're going to scrape these dollars together, $500,000 for the third-party funding, which is what we've done for a few years. We've upped it a couple years, but I would recommend that we stop it at $500,000. Let's see if this works. And then with the 1.2 million is to assist the WBCA's or the Pony League or the Pit King or whatever we do. But the major events and partnerships, I call them signature events, and we will have a contract with those entities in order to cover it. So we want to make sure that everything that they say they're going to do comes in there. WBCA is a fantastic one to look at though, because the WBCA is only one leg of that entire month because they have all these affiliate organizations that have piggybacked on the WBCA. And so the affiliates love to have the same love that we give to the WBCA, which is Martha Washington, the Pocahontas, Boys and Girls Club are all within that. What I'm trying to do though is I'm trying to pull this into one pot of money so that we can track it. So when you guys say, I think too much is going out, we need more to our core services, we can kind of nudge that rather than to just kind of stop. Because I think that's what Laredo is about. So this is the overview of the three funding model in that DDF fund. The district CIP funds, again, this structure doesn't change much. This is all the construction work out there. It needs to be tied to a specific infrastructure improvement. The examples we've already covered, managed and executed by the relevant city department. Projects must meet a public purpose and engineering review. We already do all of this for the CIP. What I'm asking the council to do though is that we want to see kind of a budget as to where you want to try to spend it. You don't have to budget it all, but most of it, we want to have an idea. And that doesn't mean that you can't change from one project to another, but we want to make sure that our numbers match up to exactly what your vision is for every one of those projects. And so in my mind, if we can tie down the district CIP funds and then tie down these district discretionary funds, I believe that we can put to bed these complaints from the public that say, you just spend and you just spend and you just spend. Because it's not necessarily true. Everything that we are spending is by a vote of this council. It's not true that it's just willy-nilly. It's not true that you guys have this secret bank account. That is not true. And what I want to do though is that the only way I can get there is to develop out better structure and have a document that says this is how we're going to play it. And then I will tell you that if somebody still hates it, they can attack this. They can attack the document and say, well, I don't think it should be $30,000. I think it should be $25,000. That's all subjective. That's all. You got 260,000 people in town, and I'll guarantee you'll get a different number from all of them. So now the discretionary funds, and this is something that we worked on. I know since we've been here, since I've been here for the last 2 years as well too. But this will be used for community events, neighborhood outreach, cleanup support. It has to have a public benefit and documentation. Examples include supplies for health fairs, outreach flyers, non-capital beautification. We do have to keep, and I think this is where the council has challenged, at least 2 years ago, we never got this model completely done. I think we're about there now, but no religious, no political, no private gain uses. And so we just have to identify exactly what those differences are so that you guys don't step on a landmine and do that. And so, but right now what we do is we do a one-off. We go and ask our legal team saying, is this okay to do? I mean, that's how we've been doing it right now. But there's an easier way if we can follow a standard and a structure where everybody can understand it. The role of the city supporting matching fund, this will go back, council member, to exactly what you were talking about. If this event spans multiple districts, we can use this fund as well too to help complement. So there may be a couple council members and the city partnering together for that. The nonprofit requires a cost share of support. Council exceeds that local DDF cap. And our office, city manager's office, is always happy to oversee coordination, compliance, and approval. So I believe we can kind of get there with that. Each council member, what I'm asking for is to submit an annual plan for the use of your CIP and DDF funds during this budget process. Just so you know, the DDF funds do not carry over. The CIP funds do. They stay kind of in that district because that's the way we borrowed the money for it. It has to stay within that district. The DDF funds, it's a use it, and then it goes back into the checking account. It comes, or the savings account, and it comes back out the next year with a new set for that. What we will be watching for within the district discretionary funds that are going to support the events and any of the promotions of what it used to fund. What we'll track for is to make sure that our budgets are solid. Because if we break our budget all the time, then I think we have to really look at either our spending or move that back. So disbursement is a post activity, so they do have to prove the performance. I think one of the challenges we have, I think everybody has hopes and dreams that they'll bring 1,500 people to their event and they may have 700. And so we have to look at those numbers at the end because maybe we can help them change and get to that 1,500. Maybe we can help them change. And so rather than to be just a regulatory or a bank, we are now a partner within trying to build this quality of life within our city. All right, so why this matters within this DDF fund, promotes equity and clarity in the city support and district priorities and ensures the events and subsidies are funded intentionally, not from the general reserves, and it protects the departments from absorbing unbudgeted costs. What I'm hoping for is that what is in the department budget is directly correlates to what that department does. And these other costs, all this other quality of life stuff, we do in this manner. I believe that was my last, we have one more, maybe a couple slides, but, so what I will be asking for, if you're good for me to put together the adoption of this in some type of a resolution format, I would like to lay it out this way. I would like to establish this because that'll help give direction to the budget in order to get there. And so, Mayor, I'll stand for any questions at this point in time with this.
Well, before we go there, on the fact that manager's going to help the council people, help them with getting whatever they want to do, what project they want to do, is that going to be something that they will either say yes or no, or it just help?
So what we're going to do, and this is still following the San Antonio model as well too. They have a very structured, there's an application that gets done. We do an application right now for everything that you guys do. We do an application to our council assistants and it lays it all out there. What I'm saying is we're going to clean those up and do that. I don't think it's the city manager's responsibility to ever tell an elected official, no, you can't do that. What we will check between legal and city management is to make sure that it is a proper use. So because we want to keep you from utilizing money that doesn't have a public purpose, right? And so anytime that it's never a no. It is, you can't do it this way because of this issue. We have to go and clean up whatever that issue is. So it is not the city manager's office ever telling an elected official, no, we can't do that. But what I'm asking you to do is help me so that when we get these requests in, that we can position them correctly to get them taken care of quickly.
All right. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Mr. Nev, are we gonna be paying the departments and the salaries and things like that out of that 20,000? Because I know that that's been floated around before, and I've always been against it because, you know, when you wanna talk about other cities view their elected officials as partners to help move the city forward, and the city doesn't, you know, charge for, you know, I know we've talked about breaking down to the minute on some of these employee activities. Are we gonna be paying salaries to the departments, or is this gonna be a true partnership? Because we're entitled by ordinance 6 events per year, and $20,000 for us to be paying employees because I had a request for you know, an event recently, and it was like $500 for tables. It's like we should be able to utilize the city resources to have things without having to pay
So,
for it out of
yeah,
that.
and I appreciate that. So just so you're aware as well too, even in those places, these true partnerships, the department is paying for it. So, I mean, so we are covering that, so we have to have, and right now we currently have line items in every one of their budgets. The challenge is that because we have no structure, those line items never usually cover that cost. And so we will take money that hasn't been spent in another line item to feed that line item. And the idea of that, so the partnership, yes, definitely, we always will have a partnership there. But anything that we do costs somebody something, right? And I know you're aware of that. And so these true partnerships, what we can do in the policy, we can establish what that money is for.
Right.
And then we can establish on the other side what the money, how the other money uses. What I'm asking for though too is because we are trying to make room in this year's budget to do a bunch of work that we haven't been covering on a regular basis. And with the bond referendum where it's at, we have to borrow more in my mind to keep up with the stuff that we have to get done. We're trying everything within that efficiency study to tighten all the screws down so that we don't move as much, because I don't think there's gonna be room for both of those things. But I think we can get you there. At the end of my whole diatribe, I think I can get you there. What we do is we establish within the structure of this policy, what are those funds gonna be spent for? And then over on the other side, yeah, we'll correlate that out to those expenses. You know, there are some cities out there that say, we're not going to waive or exempt the salaries. We are willing to waive and exempt the use of the building, or we're willing to, you know, or the use of the material or anything. There's a lot of different structures out there, so be thinking about those things as well too. I'll bring it forward in that format, and I'll make sure that it is laid out, so if you don't like the way the policy or the resolution is laid out, we can nudge it. Because all it is about, it's about balancing out everything. That's really what it's about, so.
Councilman,
Thank you.
had a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner, thank you for the effort here. Part of me feels like this is premature because we haven't even, for example, we haven't seen the entire CIP budget yet. We haven't seen what our top number is for the upcoming year is. We also haven't talked about streets and what we're gonna do about streets, because the last 5 years or so,
Yep.
it's been $5 million per year of the CIP. Due to the bond failure though, we're no longer gonna be allowed to fund streets in the CIP this coming year through certificates of obligation. So there are 9 of us up here who have anywhere from $300,000 to $1 million in district priority funds available that could be used for future street paving, because those were COs passed before the bond elections in May, for example. Not that I would try to push that on everyone,
Yep.
but there's an argument to be made to, let's say Councilmember Gonzalez has a $600,000 project that is working on in South Laredo, or various projects. Well, and let's say he has about that much in, I'm just using an example here. I haven't looked at your report, sir. But, you know, and, you know, what we could do is fund the projects that he already plans on doing, whatever he has in his, and then add, like, we could do it per district in a way, or something like that, to where basically we can use old district priority fund money to go towards street paving.
Yes.
Because this upcoming budget, we're not gonna be able to do that. So I just think this might be a little too rigid right now. We haven't even talked about the whole CIP. to limit it in this way before. We haven't even looked at other creative ways to, I'm definitely focused on streets. That was the number one issue in the budget survey, but it's also what we hear all the time. So I feel like just pre-setting this, at least in the CIP portion, I think is premature.
I am, you know, and I, Councilmember, I appreciate what you're saying with that as well too. Now, the other challenge of that is that every year we borrow money, there is district money coming out of that. So in my mind, if we continue to borrow money, the districts are gonna ask for that. Let me preface it even farther. If we take care of the highest priorities, even with the amount of money that we're funding, there will be no money left for the neighborhoods in the districts, once that money is all allocated out. And if that's what the council wishes to do, that's fine. But I know that in the last 2 years that we went through there, because we adjusted how we spent CDBG money the first year I was here, and the districts wanted some funding in order to go into their thing. We can also say that if you're carrying this much district money, then you don't need a new batch of district money until you've spent this money as well too. But we talked about this, what I would call is a district fund sweep, essentially for streets as well too, exactly with what you're talking about. We've talked about some of that. We just haven't gotten to that conversation yet. But in my mind, if we're borrowing, I think our lowest was 30 million. We're talking this year about 50 million for our borrowing for the CIP. I would rather have a set number or a percentage of that going to the district so that we can at least tell our people that there is a cap or there is a structure that is there for them. The nature of what I'm trying to do is actually trying to help meet the uncertainty that some of our people, our public have as to, well, you just spend money. And so if that number changes, I'll guarantee you, if you set a number at 150 and you guys come in and say, well, we're going to do 200,000 this year, somebody's going to say you're stealing another $50,000. They probably should move. I'm sorry.
Councilman, you have a question?
Mr. Neb, first of all, thank you for this model. And I'd have to agree with Councilmember King. I think it's a little premature to be giving us numbers or where we should be stopping at as far as what we get for district priority funds. Only reason being is we have constructed 2 continuous right-hand turn lanes in District 5. Delmar and McPherson and Fenwick and McPherson over the course of the last 4 years. The first one on McPherson and Fenwick was $170,000 on its own. On its own. So I wouldn't even be able to fund that, right, with this amount of money. That's first. Second, the one on Delmar and McPherson was a lot more expensive. And that's that these were not put out to bid. Our staff did this. That's why they came out as cheap as they did, and they were still extremely expensive. 2 years of hopefully adding on to this, 2 years if I should be here, then it would maybe be able to cover one of those projects. Moreover, calls every single week, every single day. I need speed humps, I need speed tables, I need sidewalks. Because even in District 5, there are some places that sidewalks just simply don't exist. They're not there. And you know how expensive material is and how expensive staff is.
Yep.
A lot of the projects that I do in my district, we don't even go out for bids because I know our staff can do it cheaper, and I do that. We tend to work with our staff very, very well. You're very aware of that. I just think we're not there yet to give us a budget. I understand what you're looking at, what you're going to be proposing, or we're looking at next year to be coming in as far as revenues are concerned. But give us a little more time so we can work things out as far as numbers are concerned, because Mr. Neb, I wouldn't be able to do half the things that we do in the district unless the departments, Public Works, and everybody else that works, and I mention Public Works because they're the ones that typically do all this stuff. A restroom that we built at the Vietnam Veterans Plaza, that in itself was $90,000. Again, our staff built that. If we had gone out for quotes or other people asking to put in their bids, we'd be looking at $150,000 just in itself for one restroom. You know, and at this point right now, thank goodness our discretionary funds are in a good spot. I can actually build those out in 3 or 4 parks, and which we're looking to do, God willing, in the near future. But I just think it's a little too soon to give us where we're at. let's see where we're at before budget is here, and then you present us, this is what I think, what we can afford. And then you let us know, I can afford this to give you all in district priority funds, and I think we would be a lot more in line with you then.
So, and let me address some of that, and I'm good with doing the strategy with the numbers. I don't need the numbers. I do want to make sure that whether or not I'm writing down the right structure.
Yes.
As well too. Now, let me go back to one of the things that Mayor Pro Tem said earlier as well too, because this is the thing. Should the districts be paying for some of that stuff in their district? Or should it not be a city project? I'm gonna challenge you on that a little bit too, because, I don't know, it happened over the last couple of years. Every once in a while, I get this call going, departments calling me saying, I need to give up my district funds for something that would be considered a city project. That stuff has to be fixed. We have to correct that. So in my mind, going back and just exactly like Mayor Pro Tem said about these partnerships that happen between the cities and the districts, we need to establish what this money is supposed to be used for as well too. I don't believe that some of the work that we are doing in the districts is actually a district project itself. It should be a city project. It should be on our CIP, and it's a priority because there's a need there. And that's why we do our inventories of our streets. That's why we do all this work. We should be using that data in order to get there. So I appreciate what you're saying. I don't need the numbers. As long as you're comfortable with the format, we can always have that information covered. But there are certain things that I would say that have landed on the district's lap that are not district-related work.
I'd like to maybe redirect, Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Real quick. I'm in line with you. I think that this format's gonna work well. I like the model of it. I just don't like the numbers. That's pretty much what it is. Now, as far as that's concerned, putting things out there to our directors, I think it's a great idea. To the certain departments, it's a great idea to do so. How are they gonna be prioritized? That's a problem. Because let's just say District 5 wants something, another district wants something else. Who's gonna make the ultimate decision of what gets done? At the end of the day, the taxpayers are the ones that want this. We don't do it because, oh shoot, let me just think in the sky and let me see what I can come up with to do in the district. No, these are calls that we get from people that are actually paying these taxes in there, and they're the ones that want these things done in their districts. How would we prioritize that? And that could be an issue later on.
It could, but what I'm recommending is get it down into a policy process. Don't put a director on the spot to try to say, you're more important than this council member. Let's not try to get into that as well too. Let's establish that priority. Most of the time, it's either first come, first serve, or it is related to relative safety. I mean, the directors will go out there and say, this one's more important than this one because this has it's a hazard.
Absolutely.
This one maybe is just something that's more aesthetically or it just makes life a little bit easier. And so those directors are good at that kind of work, but I would never want to put them in that spot. But this is where, in all of the conversations that we have, all the little ankle biters out there and everything, when you look at that stuff, what we're trying to do is we're trying to take the uncertainties out. We're trying to take the guesswork out. And so I want to create the structure and say, this is what we're going to do. You guys, through a vote of this council, you guys can change any, ordinances take a little bit different for that, but you can make adjustments with that for these one-off occasions. That's what the power of this body has in its hands. What I'm asking for is help me direct the directors in the right way so that they don't step on a landmine either, right? Because they will pick and they will follow their own judgment in order to do something, and at times it won't be right, according to somebody. And in my mind, I think we only have limited resources as well too. But I appreciate what you're saying. The numbers are not a big deal for me because there's nothing you can do today. We have to develop out whatever this is going to look like and bring it all the way forward. I just wanted to make sure I explained to you the format and what it was supposed to look like, because I think if we can answer those questions, we can put to bed some of these comments that we receive about the transparency or the trust or whatever else you want to talk about.
It's certainly a step in the right direction,
Yeah,
so.
okay, thank you.
Mayor, for me.
All right.
Mr. Neb, so, when we first had this conversation, we've had this conversation before, and you pre-agreed that part of the problem when you came in was that we didn't have good policies in our departments to address the equity issue and the issue of, equal equal disbursement and prioritization of projects within the departments. So we are missing that component in this conversation to say that it's basically a council problem. But it's not, because we've already pre-agreed that we're kind of supplementing the work by saying this is a priority, this is a priority. And I want to remind everyone, as far as like my district, when I came in, my first year in, almost every single playground in every single park in my district rotted out, right? And so how does that happen if we're keeping on top of our inventory and making sure that things are being changed out as needed? And so we've always relied, the city had always previously relied on the council member saying what needed to happen. There was a lot of things in my district that were needed. For example, the basketball covering over the basketball courts at McNable. People had been asking for that for years. Not one single playground basketball court in my district had a covering. So I had to kind of save up for that. That was $800,000 just for the covering and the restrooms that, Mr. Orfila built in-house. If lately we've been rejecting bids because we go out for bids and the projects come back way over what we're budgeting, because we're getting these inflated costs or pricing from vendors, and that's happening here. So it's becoming very unaffordable for us to be able to do these long-standing projects. Had it not been for district priority funds, I wouldn't have been able to replace every playground at every park in my district. So now, all those rusted playgrounds that were unsafe, literally fell apart, are now, newer. And I'm sure all of us have different issues in different areas because not all of us have the same problems. So I do think it's important for us, and part of our work is keeping up with what our districts need. So we do need support in those areas, and we don't want to make it so that it's difficult for us to be able to serve in those needs. But at the same time, we do need the departments. Like, for example, there was an event recently, not one council member was involved in it that I know of as far as funding. It was a project that was made through Parks, and I don't remember talking about it here at council. So if we're gonna have this conversation, we also need to have it on the city side, as far as if you're gonna have an event that costs $60,000, you should run it by us. We should be part of it. Who's gonna pay for it? It wasn't budgeted, it wasn't talked about. So, like I said, we're having this conversation, which is good, but it's not the complete holistic picture of what's really going on, because there's a lot of factors to it.
And I appreciate it, Mayor Pro Tem, because now, and I do want to preface one thing though, as well too. I'm not dumping this on the council's lap. Just so you know, the financial side of this thing is your responsibility. And so I develop out a budget, you have to approve it. So if anything financial, any adjustments and everything, budget adjustments, everything, I have to bring back to you. But what you're talking about a little bit is part of the reason why we went out for the bond referendum as well too, right? Yeah. Our police station needs a lot of repairs. I don't know why we didn't invest money every year in order to keep it up there, but that's what happened. Exactly what you're talking about at the Parks Department, it happened as well too. We have equipment that's wearing out that is not on a cycle to replace. What I'm asking for, and this is where I love this conversation, by the way, because I think it's getting to the root of what we need to do, and I think we need each other in order to get that there. But I think that our system is not built to be sustainable within that. We take care of, we're emergency, we shoot from the hip very well. I mean, all of us do, all of our directors and everything. But we need to put some standards in place so that we can kind of manage that. We have to be able to tell somebody no and actually justify why we're telling somebody no. Otherwise we're gonna keep in this mess that we're in as well too. But exactly with what you're saying, I am hopeful that we are very close to that. I think that the whole bond referendum conversation ties into that as well too. And actually, 2 or 3 of the decisions that we've made over the last couple of years tie exactly into where we're headed. And I think that's why hopefully you see some of that. I'm excited because the conversations are shifting about what's the most important within the city. And you're all in lock and step for it. And it's just you have a different way of getting there for some of it. But I'm going to end this part of the conversation. We're going to go into capital planning.
One more
Yes,
question.
I'm sorry.
I
Yes,
just
ma'am.
have a quick question, or just comment, because I for one am a proponent of structure and finding a way where it works for everyone and most importantly, the community at large. And when we're talking about priorities, I mean, this has to go hand in hand with metrics and data. And it's not just about like feelings and optics. And when we have, I mean, we're talking about parks, for instance, if they're crumbling before our eyes and fields go unmaintained, well, that's an accountability issue from a management level, not necessarily a funding issue from I mean, yes, there's funding involved, but not a district, funding
Yeah.
question. So
Yeah.
that, I mean, there's a big, just gap there that
Yeah.
we're not talking about.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, and I guess one of the points, and it just kind of clicked on me when I was thinking about it. You know, we are so happy when we save $5, even if it costs us 10. I'm just saying, because we do that to ourselves. When we look at these bids, and this is the challenge we have for engineering as well too, is that when these bids come in higher, part of that is the influx of that COVID pricing and everything. The cost of goods are up that high. We have to determine very well, because if we don't do that work, if we do it in-house, I mean, and we do like the bathrooms and stuff, I've now pulled those people off of other work that they could have been doing too to get that done, right? And so that's the balancing act. I think we got, again, like the emergency services and everything, we got so good at shooting from the hip and taking care of what's in front of us today rather than looking as to where we want to be a little bit later. And so I'm going to stop that. We're going to go into Mayor, the CIP. Mr. Chavez is going to cover some of our CIP information, and then I'll be back to discuss a little bit more about some alternatives to our bond referendum and just to lay some of the groundwork of those conversations. But, all right.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem, may I be heard? Just to acknowledge that Councilman Gonzalez is here for the past hour and a half,
Oh, Councilman Gonzalez has been here for the record.
for the record, yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
Would you like me to start over?
No, thank you.
Start over, Mr. Nibbs. From the beginning.
Okay. Mr. Chavez, you're up.
Yes. So Honorable Mayor Pro Temp and members of City Council, Ramon Chavez, Assistant City Manager. So a lot of good conversation going on as you may see, and we appreciate everything that was presented and the leadership by Mr. Neb. Again, budgeted projects in the FY25 plan, they continue. We don't stop. And so we've provided two reports or quarterly reports, and I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but those are for you to review and analyze, where we have active projects that are current. We have projects that have been completed and others that we look at.
Mr. Chavez, I'm gonna
Yes.
stop you. Is this in any of the booklets?
Yes,
Where are we?
sorry, it's
Just make
on
sure we're
the
all literally on the same page.
engineering department,
Okay.
the one with this
Engineering
cover page,
department packet.
the one with the Q2, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, as I was mentioning, you have all the projects there, everything that's under construction as part of our CRP, and I will not go through all of these, but it's just an overview. Again, this information is available on our website, and we make it, we activate it, we keep it up to date as much as we can. We do provide these quarterly reports. On here, you will have from the design team, the company, the firm, the amount that they were awarded for that contract, along with construction amounts for everybody's reference. So this is part of it, being transparent to the community so that they know and understand where these projects are at. They'll have a bar there with a percentage on each one of them, or where we feel that the construction is. And underneath, at the very bottom, you'll have the funding sources where all these come from. And again, I will not go through all of these, but I believe it's important to keep not only you all informed, but the rest of the community. Now, one of the things that we did is we provided a second set of a report on the other one, and I'll show you what the cover page looks like. So, one of the things we did. Yes.
Real quick question. The design for the World Trade Bridge expansion, we don't have a determined date to be determined? Or we haven't even started construction, the expansion?
Let me see what the latest is on that.
Expansions,
No,
they're on page,
they don't have numbers. Just one of the
60% on the design.
I know we have it on there. Just-
Yeah, under active
That's the
projects.
the first five.
And as you can see, we have many projects.
Yeah. There.
Finally, okay, there it is. Okay, so yes, again, this is under design. We've already completed environmental, and we continue working with our consultant as we move forward. I don't have those available, but I understand we're looking at perhaps finalizing the design in 2026, with starting construction also next year.
In 2026?
Yes, in 2026.
Okay.
So, but we'll make sure we include all that important information and any feedback that we can get. We try to put as much information as we can on one sheet, just to make sure that we get our message across for everybody. But those are important things.
Mr. Chavez, I have a question about the weigh in motion scale. I think it's the next project after that. Because I know at the Port of Entry Committee meeting, they talked about it a little bit. Is this the one to capture the overweight, to charge for overweights?
That is correct.
So do we have a plan to maybe go out and partner with TxDOT on this, since it's gonna be a mutually beneficial project?
So we haven't had those discussions, I don't believe. I know that this is something that I did just briefly discuss with Elsa Hinojosa, just to see what the feedback is, so that we can see how we can move this along. But we can have those conversations with TxDOT.
I would, Mr. Knapp, I would recommend, that for these weigh-in motion scales, since the idea is that we're gonna be charging for overweights, and we know that 80% of the money is gonna go to TxDOT, but the idea is for them to utilize that to help with our roads in this corridor.
Right.
I think we need to, I don't know if we need to bring it as an agenda item for on Monday to talk about, but
I think what we can
we need
do,
to have that
because we had conversations with EPI early on as well too, and so, what we can do is Mr. Chavez can reach out and find out exactly, how they would like to have that conversation with us as well.
well, right now, they're putting it on us to build, 100%.
Yes, they are,
So
or at least
that's
they've wanted to do that.
Yeah,
Well,
'cause-
that's what's gonna happen if we don't work out.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Temp, if I may, because on the expansion of the bridge, you know, it has the MPO, TxDOT Bridge Construction, its funds. So, you know, there shouldn't be a reason that TxDOT and the MPO shouldn't be involved in all this. So, and the Lincoln International Bridge as well.
I do believe the project will pay for itself, because we'll be collecting more revenues, and we know that the overweights do tear up the streets more.
Yeah, if you can allow us to have an initial conversation with TxDOT, and we can definitely report back to you, just to let you know if there's a need to put an item on the agenda, or what the discussion was.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chavez?
Yes.
Once again, I'm going back to the facility expansion. We're just going through, I know you're going fast, so I'm
Sure.
going back. The facility expansion, medical facility for Anamico facility expansion. The certificates of obligation were sold back in 2021?
I'm sorry, which project,
The
Council?
animal care facility.
Animal care facility. it's on the top. Yes. What's on the screen, Councilman?
Yes, the certificate obligations have they already been sold, or do you already have the funds for that, or?
This is our funds that are already been allocated.
So they've
for
been
this
sitting
project.
down since 2021, 2022, and 2023. They're just been allocated.
Right, and right now, we've
And we
already,
haven't used them at all.
we've engaged with a consultant, and right now we're negotiating a contract, to begin the design,
And-
for that project, the master plan.
But it's already, we're already at 2025.
Mm-hmm.
So we didn't even consult it with a design or anything. So it's, since the monies are just allocated there, just sitting there.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Or have they been moved?
the reason for that, council member, is because when we did go out and, the amounts that were bidded were huge, way over on both the expansion and the surgical center. And, we gave the,
Who were the ones that did the facility? At the beginning? Who built the facility?
Public Works built it.
And have we find a way to go back to Public Works to see if we can use that monies and expend it?
Mr. Orfila?
I'm sure for that. Because it's been 23, 24, 25, 3
Good
years.
afternoon, members of the council, John Frida for the record. It was designed by, Juan Romero Sanchez and his group, and built by Line Decker Construction.
Do we have the design, do you still have the designs, or?
We have the master plan, we should have the master plan, already in place. We did get the design for the, expansion of the animal shelter, which was to, add on to the existing, surgical room, and then add another area next to the administration office for a, adoption.
Okay.
Instead of, they had hard times with the cat village. And, so we were gonna add, I mean, the design is ready and ready to go, shovel ready.
Is there any way we can, start moving on that?
Some funding was already available.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem and council member, I'd love to have a longer conversation because I think when we first started looking at this a couple years ago, and there's a lot of delays that happened in there, are we certain that we need a medical center as such? Or do we need a way to and I think with what Mr. Raphael talked about, the secondary part of that was a better adoption and everything. I don't know if we want to go into the medical business. I don't know if we want a veterinary clinic per se for that. I think we should be only providing emergency care there and getting those animals out of there, because the longer they stay in the facility, the more expensive they are. And there's a bigger chance that we have to put an animal down. If we can get them rescued and get them out. So I would say that based upon the mentality of when we started this project back then, I think our mentality's changed a little bit as to how we want to manage these strays.
But we did do a survey, and the survey said that they wanted more spaying and neutering on the animals, so they could start,
And I would agree, I don't disagree with the spay and neutering. The challenge is that I think that, I don't know if it's the city's responsibility to start spay and neutering everybody's pet. The idea about spay and neutering is to assist those that can't afford to get it done. But we don't have those processes in place, and so, I mean, I've had this argument with a couple families because, they have very good jobs, but they're asking for the city to pay for their spay and neuter, and it should be dedicated to those that can't afford to do that. It should be helpful. And so, but I'd love to look in that, but the idea about this, yeah, we can restart those conversations and find out for sure what we want to do with that. But I would argue that it's, more than likely, it's not really a medical center of what we're building.
Yeah, and I
It's an
understand.
emergency care center. if
I
nothing else.
understand that it's not a medical center or a veterinary center we're trying to build.
It may be
But
the
we are growing as a city.
Yeah.
And populations are getting bigger. And, it's already in the comprehensive plan. And that's what we argue most of the time, that if it's in the comprehensive plan, we should start applying whatever's in the comprehensive plan. So it's been there since 2022, 23, and
21.
21,
2180, yeah.
24. So
Yep.
21, 22, 23, I guess everybody saw the same thing. And, if it's there, it's been passed for the.
But I would
past
also say, Councilmember, based upon our earlier conversation too, we could potentially sweep that in and take care of something else like a street or something as well too. I would just rather sit down with the animal care and, control and health and say, is this really what we want at that, whatever it was constructed back then? Because I think the idea is that when we do our big bond referendums or our bond purchasing, it has this big series of items, almost everything in the general fund there. This was what was allocated to this project back then. It may not be the project we need today. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and the
I
only thing
appreciate
is that I'm saying is that we've been sitting on this since 21,
Yep.
22, 23, and we're at 2024, and we're in the budget cycle for 2025, for 2026, and we haven't addressed the CIP plan. And we're going back 3 years or 2 years to go back on the 2023, and that's like, everybody's like, whoa, you don't go back to your CIP plan. So what have we done
Yeah.
on the CIP?
So,
plan?
and this is the point, and within the CIP that we really need to look at, we need to quit putting items on the CIP that don't have a funding source. If you look, there's three different, bonds within that, 21, 22, 23, I think, all those different bonds there. I don't know if we still have enough to even do that project right now. I mean, so we gotta quit putting projects on there that we can't afford, or at least prioritize, and let's take care of it, because I agree with you completely. It should not be, if we're gonna do something in 21, we should have done it in 21, 22 at the latest.
And if I may,
Chief Lundin?
yes, I just wanted to expand, because I asked Mr. Ortfila, that facility was built in two phases. First it was all the kennel area, and then the office area. So in essence, they were built like that. And then back in 22, council decided to add some more funding for the surgical center and an expansion. However, now the expansion is pretty much, we don't want to expand the facility. So about a month ago, they met at the site with the architect, right, Ramon? Yes. And your staff, to be able to talk about the surgical center only. Because if you expand it, all you're doing is adding more animals to the facility, and you're just gonna increase your capacity. And so ultimately, the surgical part was what was left. And that's why, as the city manager said, there has been some discussions and there has been some movement, but on the surgical side of it, not so much expanding the footprint of the facility.
Councilmember Cigarro?
Mr. Nim, I appreciate the fact that you're going back to look at it, that you want to extend the discussion, if only because now we do have someone with a lot of experience in Ms. Bluestone, and I think that expertise has been lacking in the past. And so now a comprehensive look, and also trying to keep up with what are the most modern standards. I don't disagree that we need more space, and I know more space means more animals, but we are a growing city. And it's always just trying to find the balance. Where should we be at? How many animals should we be holding? Unfortunately, our euthanization rates are so high, disturbingly high. It's a function, though, of the animals we collect and what we need to do to keep that, like you say, the flexible capacity to be able to grab dangerous animals on the street. We know that packs of dogs create issues for our citizens, and that they, rightly so, want that safety to be preserved in their neighborhoods and get those animals off the street. But re-examining how we best do that, I think now that we have relevant expertise, it's a good model to follow.
If I may, just to expand on this conversation, over the years of just kind of being on council and going through all of this, I know that we've always tried to put money towards the problem because we really don't have another option, and it's always been a supply and demand issue in terms of veterinarians. We just don't have veterinarians that are either available or willing to work for the city, because they make more in their private practice. And people say, well, you know, why can I get this spay and neuter in San Antonio for less? And we can't offer that. So we've included vouchers, and we've actually probably still have voucher money unspent from vouchers that we were supposed to give out to people to get spayed and neutered, unless we've given it all out. But either way, I have spoken to other rescue groups that have asked for not necessarily surgical facility, but a place to house animals that are in the recovery phase, because they can get the animals spayed, neutered out of town, bring them in, but then they would need a place to be observed and to go through the whole healing process. And apparently there's some legality there, there's some things that happen with that. So I know we're trying to help, you know, the situation, but this is gonna become another one of those subsidy issues where we're subsidizing through tax monies, spay and neutering or whatever, for the public.
Mayor Pro Tem, this will be a great conversation to continue on with. I think what I would ask for is that you're gonna find more projects on here exactly like this one in different states of incompletion or completion and everything. So happy to walk through that. You know, if we don't get in control of 70% of our dog and cat population, we'll never get ahead of it.
Yeah, I know.
They're just gonna breed us out, just like the javelinas and the wild hogs. So, but we have to get control of that. But in my mind, based upon these projects, take them in there, throw us your notes.
Yep.
Throw us what you want us to do with that, and we'll walk back through these things, because one of the things that we discovered, even in the utility side with the projects that had been out there for a while, we have not updated those numbers for 3 or 4 years, and they're about 20–25% shorter than what the income needs to be. So as we look at the CIP list, we really have to be solid on exactly what we can get done. I think that's what's gonna be the key to it, so.
I'm sorry, can I just add to that conversation a little bit? I think that, just based on what I've been hearing right now, that and you just said it right now, so, unless we get a grasp of the totality of animals that we have out there, we can't understand exactly what the needs are gonna be unless we figure that out first. And then, if we put a 2 or 3 year, or 3 or 5 year, plan together to either spay, neuter, or euthanize, or do whatever you're gonna do, the real, addition of that, I think you called it a surgery room? Is that what you said, Steve?
Yes.
Medical, yeah. I don't know that would be, if that's gonna be part of the formula to combat and bring those numbers really down. But until we get all those numbers in place and put a 3 to 5 year game plan to that, we're not gonna, I don't foresee us, making a dent on that thing.
I think we've got the expertise, just like that was said earlier, and so let us, we'll go back and we'll relook at that stuff as well too.
And just one final comment, Ms. Bluestone has been engaged on this since day one, since this project initiated, and that might have been part of the reason why we looked at the needs that she currently finds, and maybe that previous design did not fit what her vision is. And so I was not planning to go through each one of them, again, unless you don't want it to, but we did provide, all this information is there. It's a thorough report, in our opinion, with a lot of good information. Like Mr. Neff mentioned, if there's any feedback that we could get, that's what we're here for as well. But one of the things that we have now supplemented is on that second report that we provided, now with this cover page, with Cerro Largo Utility Department. Okay, so we've supplemented now to do the same thing at utilities with their projects. And so we initiated that a couple of weeks ago, and starting with the water line replacements, we'll be doing the same. And all this information will be available on both the engineering department and the utilities website, just so we know and understand how the projects are coming along, and that bar is going to continue moving towards the end of each project. But this is the project that council approved for the pipe bursting on May 19th, and all these projects will be included and on the website so that the public can know where, not only where these are at, but also the amounts for each project, and also the status of all of them. So that's the beginning. It's all the water line replacements that, as I mentioned, were approved by council, and then we move into some of the other CIP projects that have been in the works that the utilities department continues to work on. Oh man, that's a lot of water line replacements. We got into the Zacate sanitary sewer, the tunnel project, some water tank projects.
You wanted to talk?
Yeah.
Councilman Garcia?
Yeah, just wanted to add, Ramon, that, there's several projects going on in District Four. Did you just say right now that you're gonna be, I'd like to see if we can do something for the public to keep score. The way you have it mapped out here is great. I'm just wondering if in your website or the city website, we can constantly put those things up there so that people can understand, instead of visually seeing it, oh, it's starting today in my house.
Yes.
In my block, that, maybe they don't have a chance to react or anything, that we can, schedule it out and say to everybody, we're headed to your neighborhood. We're going to where you're gonna be at. So count on seeing some people in there and so that the public can understand, hey, we're doing this is, we all agreed with it.
Yes.
This is top-notch engineering for a water system here. So I kinda want them to get a great idea and get excited about it.
Right.
Not very many people are gonna get excited about fixing water pipes and doing, I forgot the name of this thing,
The pipe bursting?
pipe bursting, yeah. So I got excited over it, but I would love to see that the constituents get in there and see, hey, this is what we're doing, that's new. And they can get a better understanding because they're gonna be seeing it. So if you're gonna put it on your website, that's fine. But I mean, the scheduling part of it, when you're gonna be there, what's gonna go on, and people can read along and really take score as we move forward.
Yes.
I think it'll be better for everybody, and I think there's a little bit more transparency as to what we're doing in our neighborhoods now.
No, that's perfect. And so, right now, the utility department has prepared some preliminary schedules. I understand the contract has been executed already with the contractor. We're just waiting for him to come in. So one of the first things that we'll do is sit down with him. And as we look at these phases, I believe it's been broken down. I haven't talked to Buzz directly, but I know that I did receive an email from staff where we're looking at breaking down this into 4 phases with those specific timelines of when they expect to start on each phase and complete each one. So that'll go.
A critical path schedule for
Yes,
each
sir.
one, okay?
Yes, sir. And so we'll incorporate that into this report and we'll provide enough information on the website so that people, like you mentioned, they are aware. I know we're working with PIO also. So we're working with PIO and we'll make sure that we include all that information so that people, one of the things we'll discuss with the contractor is to knock on doors before we started the project so that people know and understand that we're gonna be in your neighborhood. We're here to work with you, and anything that you need to report, then they can report back to us.
Well, and my hopes of, like I said, when I first got here, that we become a city of innovation. This is top line stuff that we really need to be selling to, I mean, not selling, but promoting to the public and other cities to see that we have a lot of problems with our infrastructure, water infrastructure. So, but we took the initiative of adding new technology, new
Yes.
products out there and everything that we do, and we need to promote that. I mean, we started doing it with Buzz the other day or last week, and people started asking a bunch of
Right.
questions, they were excited about it.
Yes.
So, but I want them to be part of this process also, so.
Definitely, this
anything
is
you can do.
trenchless technology that's out there. I know we're not unfamiliar to it. We've done projects in the on the sewer side of it. Now we're incorporating into the water side, which again, it's efficiency, it's underground, and trenchless technology that we're applying.
Well, Mr. Nab, I think this kind of goes back to the whole, like, what you said, before you got here, when you said that we don't tell our story, you know, well. And I think this is part of telling our story, because a lot of times people, they get the bad news, but they don't really get the good news.
Yes.
And you hear a lot of people saying, well, finally you're doing this and finally you're doing that, but reality is that we've been doing it for years. It's just that they don't hear about it, and, we're trying to make it more of a priority to highlight, but that doesn't mean that we just barely started doing it. So it is on us to put it out there and, like, be out there with cameras and be out there with video showing people, hey, we started on this water line, we started on this one. And I did appreciate how Mr. Fishker distributed the projects out. He tried to do it evenly, and we know that some areas are older, but I think that's the kind of level of what I was talking about earlier when we were talking about the bigger conversation is, for us to pull back, we have to see that projects and things are getting evenly distributed, so we know that it's all happening in a fair fair and equitable way.
Yes, and so, and we appreciate those comments, and I don't wanna get too much into it, but I know you mentioned the CPM in the past, Mayor Pro Tem. My pet peeve with staff has always been, we don't tell our story. We do so much work, and you sit on that computer and you're out there on the projects, but nobody knows.
Yeah.
Nobody knows. So my CPM was just that. And so, and I'll remind my staff, and I hope they already did it, but these projects on the CIP, we're supposed to have a QR code in the back of the trucks of engineering, and to where you can just click on that QR code and these projects pop up.
I remember your CPM
yes.
presentation. I like the QR code idea.
Yes, and so we'll do the same probably at utilities, to where we'll put that QR code in the back of their tailgate, and if anybody sees a utility truck, they can just click on it, and hopefully that this comes out.
Good, good, good. I like that.
And so again, this is something that we started implementing with utilities. It's something that we started engineering, and so now we're gonna do it over there, and we will expect to update these projects as they continue to move on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chavez. Any questions? Any other questions? Councilman Daniel?
As of right now, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, if I may.
Yeah.
As of right now, I've been seeing, going back and watching, you got certificates of obligation 2017, certificates of obligation 2014. As of right now, for all the 100%, the design's already done. We spent $4 million, almost $4 million on just designs. Just sitting down there, not moved at all. That's something that I was trying to say, let's see if we can start moving on those, especially the ones since 2014. The Engineering Central Government, was it? Boulevard of the Americas. The design's been there 2014, if we're not gonna use it, we're not gonna be using the CIP. Let's start removing it from the CIP plan and putting in the new ones from 23, 24, 25.
Right.
Because, as far as right now, just from designs by themselves, that just we did, for the designs, it's $4 million. It's $4 million.
Is this the project on the screen? Is that?
That's how you'd have it formed, right? The designs are the ones that are already 100%,
Right.
they already have the design ready to go,
Yes.
right? So out of just what I had, I went through half of the CIP plan. $4 million have been spent on only designs and no action. Zero construction, zero everything. So I would like to see more movement. If we're not interested right now and it's something that we can't do, let's start removing them from CIP plan and adding the ones that are priority that we want to see on the CIP plan.
Yes, sir. And on right now as part of the presentation, we're gonna look at some projects that we feel they should be prioritized, and you'll see a list, and some of those will be there, whether because we don't have enough funding based on current estimates, or there's funding gaps. So you'll see that later on in the presentation.
So my question again will be, where's the certificate of obligation? Where's that money? Where's it sitting? Where's it at? Like, that's what people wanna know. Like, okay, everybody, you can see on the comments every time on social media and on all that, and they'll say, well, there was a CIP plan for this, and there was a CIP for that plan for that. And certificates of obligation have been sold for that. Where's that money? That's something that says 2014, 2015, 2016. Where's that money sitting? Are we using that money for something else? Did we use that money for something else?
No. Council.
And I understand, maybe not, just, I want an
The
explanation.
monies that are specifically for those years, for those specific projects are there on standby. Those monies are the city hasn't invested that. And part of the issue that we have now with the interest being so high is that we're having to pay arbitrage and returning some money because we're not spending the money fast enough. So what we're trying to do now as now the CIP plan is under engineering, budget and finance continue to work with them to identify those fundings. Also, we're working now more closely that engineering now knows where those fundings are and how much is the unfunded portion. Like, for example, on the surgical units that we have in there, some of that money has been spent. What's remaining for the project is they're pending for us to start it. But every year we delay it, or the design or something comes up, that is earning interest. So some of that interest may have to be returned if we surpass a number of years.
Okay.
So now, like on that particular project, we have $150,000 shortfall based on our projections that we have. So that's one of the to complete that project, and that, as I understand, that project is scheduled to start construction late 26, early 27. So, but the monies are waiting, and they're sitting out there. We haven't invested.
You know, we have some that are since 2014, and they already had a budget for that, and we're at 2025.
One of the other things that we're doing with the finance department with Mr. Mata, and right now with the assistant finance director that looks at all these monies that we have in there, we're going back and identifying all the projects. They've recently just sent out to all the departments saying this is monies that we have for this particular projects, as well as, for example, some of the district priority funds that we have the same issue. We have to spend that money. So we're working with all the departments and sending out, you have a project, you have 500,000 here. Is this project finished? We need to move it. Let's move it out into the reserve so we can spend it in another project. We reallocate it to spend it to another project because we have that time constraints that we have to spend the money. So, but the monies are there waiting to be, the design or the construction contracts.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may continue. The only thing that I have, my issue would be is like, well, there's no use for me to come up with what idea that I have and that I want for the next 5 years in the CIP plan. If I'm seeing since 2014, we haven't completed it, and we're gonna go in there and invest money, let's say, to get the design, and we're not gonna have the funds because we're still using the funds for other projects. You know, other people had, what I'm saying is just, nada me sirve de que yo esté poniendo mi mente a trabajar con los ingenieros, I put them to work because I wanna do this, if it's never gonna be constructed.
And that's part of this exercise, is identifying those projects as we move.
But yes, yet we're still spending money on making designs. The designs don't come out by themselves. They're not free. You know, it's not, use your imagination. Just whatever. It costs $4 million and they're just sitting there. That $4 million that we can use for something else. To open up the new training center for the police officers, or new vehicles that are coming in, or, that's what I'm trying to say. It's $4 million, and we're not gonna be executing the funds. Why are we coming up with more designs and continue adding to the CIP plan if haven't been done since 2014?
And Mayor Pro Tem, to kind of address some of that and those comments that Mr. Knapp made earlier, that's one of the things that we're changing now in our CIP plan, because now the monies, we have a shorter term to spend it because of the higher interest rates. When we come up with a project, we're trying to finance the design first. So if the design is gonna be $2 million, we do the design in year 1, and then we're gonna have the construction on maybe year 2 or year 3. That's when we're planning to do the construction. One of the issues that we're trying to address as well is that we have a lot of projects on the works that Mr. Chavez has in there. So we need to be able to control that so that we now can move to the next step and actually not only do the design, but then follow up with the construction. To give you an example of that, for 26 right now, fiscal year 20, coming year 26, we've been working. We had about $300 million worth of projects in there. We've narrowed it down to about 150 million of projects in there that are unfunded. Right now, the ones that Mr. Chavez is working on are about $56 million. So we can't fund all the 150 million. So what we're trying to focus is, let's finish what we're working on. All these designs that we have out there for all these different projects, we want to finish them out before we start.
So let me ask you this, how is it gonna work? And let's say the design for the animal shelter, we already paid for that, right? Well, for the design, I'm saying the design, I'm not saying construction. Where's that money? We already paid
we already spent
whatever,
that money.
it's already spent.
Yes.
So we already spent that money. So, and we're gonna add, because we're gonna come up with a new design, so that's where we come back and saying, we're spending money the wrong way, right? Cause already, 300,000 dólares ya se fueron, nomás se gastaron lo que es. Next project. But what happened to those 300,000? We gotta go back and tell them what happened to them. So that's what I'm saying, we can't be doing that. We gotta be, if we do something, we gotta follow through. If not, we are spending money the wrong way. $4 million have been spent the wrong way because we haven't been executing on designs. Los 4 millones ya se fueron. Ya le vamos a decir a la gente, pues se fueron los 4 millones, no es nada. That's where I'm at. This is the problem that I have, seeing these CIP plans, and asking me, hey, what's your CIP plan for the next 5 years? Why should I come up with something if I'm just gonna make the taxpayers spend $300,000 on a design? No vamos a hacer nada. And that's the problem that I have.
So again, the CIP,
Councilman
and
King?
necessarily everything goes into, it gets to the design phase.
Yeah, well, no, the design space is there. I understand the planning. It has to have a planning. But we already spent $4 million past 10 years or 6 years, and no construction has been done. And I understand now, I'm starting to understand that where people come say, well, there's a CIP plan. Yeah, we spent $4 million. ¿Qué le vamos a decir? No se hizo nada, la ingeniería. We got a great team. I'm not saying we have a great team, but we gotta be more, if we start doing something, a design, make sure we start following through so we can't have these conversations.
I completely understand what you're saying, and I agree with it 100%. I think the thing that we need to keep in mind is that the CIP is a growing project, it's a living project. Today, we're making changes, tomorrow we'll continue making changes.
Mr. Esparza, I'm sorry to tell you, but it's not a living project. It's stuck.
The CIP plan.
The CIP plan, it's stuck.
No.
It's stuck by since 2014, there's projects there since
Yes,
2014.
the funding, yes.
Hold on, let Mr. Councilman King.
There's, since
Councilman
2014, 2017, you can say, it's been stuck. I haven't seen a new expansion of the shelter since 21, 22, 23. I'm just saying, it's been stuck. I'm not trying to be the person that's coming up with bad news or coming up with, but I'm seeing things here that's Abrazo Partnership or the engineering general government, $337,000. Ya se gastaron. There's zero construction. And that's where, what do you want me to come back and say, hey, let's add to the CIP plan? I can't. I can't. That's not fair. It's like adding more to the community and asking them, hey, let me do more money. You know where I'm at, Mr. Roman?
Yes, sir. No, and I appreciate.
We don't have anything to show for it because we have our designs and then designs of projects that are either no longer viable or we're not gonna move forward with them. And I think that's where Councilman Rangel is getting frustrated.
And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. It's like San Agustin Improvement, it's 326,000. It's already been there since what? It doesn't have a date. 2019, I have it here in 2019. 2019, it's like, we're asking to come back and go as the community, we're gonna spend our monies here. Well, we haven't even done this.
Right.
It's like, no mas, that's just, again, just.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem, I can just discuss this briefly. So some of these that are being brought up, we've gone out on bids and they've come over budget. And so that's part of the reason, being the Boulevard of the Americas is one example. And so on one of our slides that is coming up, we do have that to present to council to see if council will prioritize those projects that we're gonna have on a list. So you can see whether they are unfunded completely. We've been working on them. We haven't stopped. We may have 100% design, or we may have 70 or 80% of it, and others that have come over budget or that we have funding gaps.
Councilman King?
Yes, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Chavez, so you're getting through this, but is the plan to get to the
Yes.
56 million?
Yes.
You have it listed as unfunded, that's just because council hasn't taken action, but this is, I'm taking, that's on this other
Right.
packet.
Yes,
I'm guessing
it is.
that's what you're currently recommending as a list that we consider, right?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm just making sure that, I'm trying to make sure I know where we're headed. Okay, got it.
And I think that what I'm hearing is that we wanna prioritize, some of the, projects that have already been designed, so that we can kind of materialize those, you know, that's part of the, I guess, the frustration that the public has sometimes is that they don't see the fruits of their tax dollars, because everything's getting caught up in the design phase.
Yes.
I know priorities shift, and so I think it's important for us to have a plan, not only for the design, but also that if we're going to pay for a design, that there is a high chance that we would have the funding for the construction. Otherwise, we're just starting projects with designs, and then they're getting stuck in the design, Bermuda Triangle of design, right?
right.
And another question I have, is there a way for us to do kind of like the home builder model that they do, where they have like cookie cutter building designs, and then we kind of pick one of those for, because it seems like every building has to have its own full-blown architecture design out. Is there any way for us to kind of standardize buildings and then just kind of piecemeal and
Mayor Pro
accommodate
Tem,
them?
we are doing that with the fire station. Yes. And so that was one of the things that we were doing, is that we are utilizing essentially one design for all of our fire stations. And we may have to expand it or anything, but it gets us a lot closer. But that's what the fire department has done.
But I see a design here.
Yeah.
I see in the CIP, there's one of the fire station design. Are we barely starting that with this design, or we already?
We talked about it, Chief. We talked about doing the one design for most of the fire stations. I thought last year, but maybe even 2 years ago, or not.
Guillermo Horde, Fire Chief. The one design for the station is gonna be just a difference in the size, but we're gonna use the bases of the station in the south to use the bases for the station in the north.
Yeah.
That's why
So there is still some design cost with it. But
yes, they did give us a discount for the fire station design in the north, because it was gonna be just an expanded version of the one in the south Laredo.
Yeah, but I'm not, and I appreciate that. I'm talking about in general, like as the city, because, you know, I understand rehabbing a building is different, but if we're constructing a freestanding building and we're paying an architect per building, then we go with different architect. I just don't know if we have an inventory of standard designs that we can kind of use.
We do, Mayor Pro
Like-
Tem, if I may, we do for some, like for restrooms and for some of the other general construction. On bigger buildings, it may become a copyright issue, because those projects are stamped and sealed by an architect. And so every site is different where it comes to, from the foundation, grading, and other things that are different at every site. But it could become a copyright issue if we can't just take a plan from an architect and say, I'm gonna use it here on another site.
No, I don't mean illegally
Yeah,
taking
right,
something.
right.
I mean, like having an inventory where we, you know, have a standard set that we have acquired legally through all proper channels, that we could say, okay, we're gonna do this remodel on this building, we're gonna go with something, because every single building, going back to Councilman Granhead's point, is that the designing, as far as buildings, it does add up. I understand the grading and the sloping, but that's separate and apart from the building design.
And we've utilized that because we have record drawings. For example, when we did the renovation at Unitrade, we didn't have to reinvent the wheel. We already had the construction drawings from the original when it was constructed, and we utilized those to do the renovation. So we do that as well. I mean, we try to save as much as we can. When we look at all this, we do it when we do any roadway improvements or streets. If we already have as-built that we have on file, our engineers just use that and utilize that and move forward with it, rather than having to redesign, which is gonna cost money and time.
Councilmember Garcia?
Well, I was just gonna piggyback on what everybody was saying right now, but add the point. You just said it right now, we do have a cookie cutter thing on bathrooms and things like that. In our old Public Works Department, I've just noticed that a lot of things that we can do in-house are drastically less expensive than going out for bid. I'm not sure that during our planning process or in our plan review process that we don't find the more economical ways of getting these things done. I've seen some of the prices on these things on a per square foot basis, and being in the industry myself, I find it a little bit, I mean, disturbing that it's really that much of a separation. Now, I'm not sure what our legal responsibility is for everything that we do. Is every project over $25,000 need an engineer and an architect? Is that the way it is?
Anything over $50,000 on public works, you need to engage with that.
You need to have that design.
Right.
I don't have a problem with that. I just think that the problem is, here lies that, once, the mentality is that once the design is done, you pretty much already know it's gonna be over budget. And so instead of being ready for shovel, it's gonna be ready for shelf, because you have to shelf it, right? And so that's why I agree with Councilman, Rangel, that, these monies could be better spent somewhere else, while we get our act together with whatever it is we're trying to do. And then every time we get a project going, let's get it done as quick as possible and start moving it. But to Mr. Nebb's point that, earlier, and I agree wholeheartedly, that we shouldn't be considering anything right now, especially in the economic situation, financial situation that we're at right now, that if we're gonna be spending monies, that we are prioritizing those projects by importance. And right now, because we're in a situation where we need to, let's say, get the training center for a police department going, and not be thinking, okay, or considering something else that's not the top of the list of things that we need to do. So, those, I think we should consider, or we should start considering the way we do business here, in terms of prioritizing our funds the way they're supposed to be doing, and then get them out as soon as possible, because every day that it sits there, instead of the project being, it sits on a shelf, it's just becoming more expensive. So, I think we need to be a little bit better prepared in getting those projects designed and moving forward and getting constructed, because if not, they're gonna cost us more as we move forward.
Understood, Councilmember, and thank you for those comments. So again, before you is a list of projects that we identified with different departments involved, and to where we feel these should be prioritized. We're looking at the $56 million. These projects are either, we have been working on a lot of these already, whether we already have the plans, for example, Boulevard of the Americas, where there's a funding gap, the Plaza Theater renovation, and others that, again, at the end of the day, we're looking at $56 million, and that's what we're gonna ask for council to see where we prioritize this as we move forward into our budget cycle and our CIP.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah.
Mr. Chavez, I don't see a match for the Vision Zero safety plan projects. Would that be included in this type of consideration, or would it exist someplace else?
So, we discussed that at the office this morning, and we didn't know if we were gonna put like that project here with a note on it. The thing with that project is that it's $2 million of our match, right? To get the return on our investment. It's an 80-20 grant, right? And 20% is $2 million. So the only thing with that, as we discussed it, is we're looking at applying for that grant, but our contribution won't have to come in until fiscal year 2027.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
But my understanding is that those vision plan, safety plan projects could total up to $33 million.
They do.
So it's a $6 million match, no?
Well, it's $2 million from TxDOT, $2 million from the city, and $1 million from the RMA. $2 million and change from
okay.
each TxDOT in the city, and then $1 million from the RMA. It's about 5 point something.
And everybody's on board with that?
Yes, at this
Okay,
point,
perfect.
that's what we're looking at. And so that was going to be part of our discussion. How do we bring that to council, knowing that the funding won't have to be, our contribution won't have to come in until fiscal year 2027.
So right now, the consideration is to plan for it for 2027, Mr. Neff?
And so we've included it on our CIP already. So as we move forward, it's gonna be on our CIP for 2027. which
Okay,
is some of the
because it-
direction that we received from Mr. Neb, that all projects, to be on the CIP and from there. So not because it's not on this list either that you see here, doesn't mean it's not on the CIP either. We can move those around as
Okay,
council.
because the 80% funding source being provided by the
Yes.
federal government makes that a much more attractive
does.
proposition.
It does, yes.
All right.
And we have all the data and all the information to justify it and back it up.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Backing up on that comment, Mr. Chavez, is, the problem with the Vision Zero that concerns me is that it's a reimbursement. So we would have to front the money, and then we would wait to get reimbursed, and right now, there's a lot of uncertainty with funding from the federal government down, that things are getting canceled and
Right.
stuff like that. So that's where I'm a little bit hesitant to front the money, especially, without, it's supposed to be reimbursed, but it could not. My understanding is that the RMA was willing to go 50-50 with us on our match, so that'll help. But the TxDOT version, we would need some kind of guarantee that they should front the money up front, probably on their portion.
Right.
Because some of it is land, right-of-way or roadways that they are responsible for. Is there an agreement with them that they're going to front the money and for sure put their match, or is it a verbal agreement that they're
Not
gonna
at
be
this
supporting?
point, there hasn't been an agreement. They probably still need to work on that.
Well, I think we
yes.
should make sure that we either select certain projects that we would front and then hope to get reimbursed, or ensure that they've guaranteed that they're gonna be doing their part as well.
I just wanted to, I'm sorry, go ahead.
But just to follow up on that, is this something that, since it would be sort of a refundable thing, they are a variety of projects, so it's not as if you would spend the $30 million all at
Right.
once, right? So could we plan in 27 to have sort of a fund that would be that reimbursable, and then it's getting refilled theoretically? Just to try to control that idea of.
Yeah, let me look into those details to see how that's gonna work, to make sure that everybody, is clear, on that. And, because there's an application deadline for that of, June 26th,
Yes.
that needs to be submitted. And so we're,
Yeah, just real quick, and to follow up on the last point that I was making. And I know this because you just started, some of these projects were inherited from a long time ago. And I'm not sure what the process was, but other council people that were here before might have started the project. It got shelved, and then it just died out. And so, for whatever reason, right? But I'd like to see if we can list them and say, do we need formal action to kill them? To just say, hey, we're just not gonna pursue it at this time, so that they won't have to be in our CIP, projects in there? I'm not sure which ones they are, I haven't looked at it in detail.
And then Mayor Pro Tem and Council Member, what I would recommend is that we bring this CIP back in greater detail at the June, pre-budget meeting, and we do exactly those steps. In my mind, there are some things that have probably outlived their purpose when they first got on there, and and if we're gonna focus, we need to focus.
It looks like it clutters up the process, and
I agree.
our mindset is gonna be that thing is still, those things are still in the way of getting our progress, or getting in line with progress and what we're trying to do. So it goes through no fault of anybody else, other than that's the way it's been, and it's clearing this whole process up and allowing us to see a clear picture of what it's gonna take us from here to here with what we have in hand. Then I think it's gonna be an easy decision for anybody once they see it or clutterless.
correct.
The thing with that, and let me just stress that a little bit, the thing with that, once we bring it back in June, it's gonna be us wasting $4 million or more on designs. It's not gonna be the former council members or the former people, it's gonna be us, this council government body right now, actually taking that hit, saying, and, just, it's for the record and the public, just to say, we're not trying to, we're gonna be responsible as much as we can, but you gotta understand, this was placed before, and there was 9 city managers before you, Mr. Nips.
Right.
Now you're taking responsibility of everything that's going on from here and forward. but there's things since 2014, 2019. But we have to understand that it's not the council, it's just gonna be this council that's saying, oh, we are spending $6 million on designs that, or not 6 million, but some designs that we already spent the money on, and we're just saying, no, we're gonna continue with other designs. And just to have the clear on record saying, hey, we are seeing it, but it's been on the shelf for the past 5, 6 years, and nothing has been done. So now it's, we have to be the people that, the people that have to say,
Yeah.
no, we're gonna take, we'll go this route.
Yeah.
So
And-
that's my only thing on that, and I don't know if you have a comment on that?
No, I agree with you, and what we will do is we will put forward all the data that you need in order to help make that. I can't take that responsibility away from you.
Yeah.
But I can make sure that it is based upon exactly where we're at today for that. We'll provide you those explanations for that as well.
Yeah,
too.
it gets, at the end of the day, they're gonna come back, well, we've
but
had a CIP plan that's already designed, and
Yep.
and the council, denied it in June.
I think
But
it's worse to have a project on there and just keep kicking it down the
Yeah,
lane
and-
too. I think that's just as bad. So in my mind, if it's not its time, then let's get it off there, or at least let's tell whoever it is that helped get it on there, say, we've got to find a different source of money.
Yeah.
I mean, because let's go out and find a partner, let's go out and find a sponsorship, let's go out and find somewhere else to take the money from.
And
That's the thing, and exactly what you're saying, I think.
And I'm just trying to stress it before. And another, before, Mr. Ramon, I see that we have the engineer general government for metal and bridge improvement on metal bridge and the Guatemocin. That's where the railroad tracks goes to the bottom.
Yes, right.
It's, I think the design is at 10% or 14, is it from that year, or
I wanna
are we
say
still
from-
working on it? Or,
The engineer's working on it still.
Okay.
And so I know
do
there's.
you have the amount of how much the whole, renovation of the
No,
bridge?
that's part of his assessment. That's part
Oh,
of his
okay, okay.
assessment to provide us those estimates. We did, some of the deficiencies were identified when the last bridge inspection was done. And so we wanted to make sure that we get a consultant on board to address
Yeah,
those.
that's something we really wanna address,
Yes.
and I think that should we put on top of the priority list, because it's a bridge, and it's been there for many, many years. I don't
Yes.
know if we've, I'm just saying, I don't know if we've been keeping up with it, with construction. I think we have, right?
Yes.
We must have. But, just because it's a priority, one of the main, corridors from
arterials to
83
get to.
going
Yes,
to
sir.
downtown, we wanna put in the priority list.
Yes, sir. We understand.
I know 2 years ago or 3 years ago, most of these bridges, qualified for the IRA. And I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about. And if we're gonna get consultants and everybody to look at them to see the safety of these bridges.
Right.
I know the infrastructure plan that the federal government had done was for fixing every bridge that's out there. So I'm not sure if you're talking about the funding in terms of that.
No, TechStop has a fund, to where, when they identify certain things or deterioration, where we can tap into those funds for some of these bridge structures. And we do, inspections every 2 years. TechStop comes down, and even our international bridges, and there's divers that go in there and look at the piers and the entire structure. So those are assessments that we look at, and if we see anything that we need to prioritize, we will bring it to council for consideration. So within your package, there should be a list also, and maybe some of you have been looking at it, somewhere in there, a list of all the projects that we currently have. Like I said, not because they're not on the list on the screen, doesn't mean they're not on there. So if you see anything that you feel we need to prioritize, we can definitely look at those. There should be a list on there of all the CIP for this 2026.
Yeah, I have a question there. Are these the only, I know you said there's more projects, but are there any other projects on the CIP that have a design already, there? Because I can see that the public is gonna want us to prioritize some of these projects and probably not want us to move forward with some of these, just because they've asked us to kind of refocus and prioritize the monies and efforts. So some of these projects that may have a design are probably gonna have to go on the shelf maybe for a while because they're not, like, now is not the time, you know? So we can prioritize other things, but are there other projects on the CIP that have designs that have been on the CIP that are not here?
So based on that discussion, let us bring that information back. We'll do another review through that and make sure we'll either highlight them or we'll find a way to identify them so that when you're making a decision, hey, am I making a decision on something that's already been designed and it's on the shelf? Do we want to keep it there or do we really want to move forward with it? So we can provide that information. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. If I may just bring attention to the mile marker 13 Unitech fire station that we said we were gonna fund 2 years ago, but then we actually only did the design, and then this year, or this past year, it was, okay, we'll do it next year because the cadets are graduating. Like, that's not mentioned as funding, and I mean, we had a firefighter this past year with a heart attack at the warehouse that was on fire. I mean, I just can't believe we're not considering, we do have the design, because it's the identical cookie cutter design to the Buena Vista Sports Complex. So, and I understand there's debating on which land, we have 2 different land options, but it's not as if that can't happen within this fiscal year, so I think that's something, I would like at least more answers on that before.
Yes, sir.
You know, we final, yeah.
Any other questions?
Mayor, I'm seeing this is for the 2026?
Yes. And it's just a quick overview, it's not
Sure,
the
but-
entire thing.
For 2026, what's the airport funds that we have the expansion? Do we have it signed already for the airport? Do you have it?
Let me see if I can. For the airport, Councilman, are you looking at the list or what are you?
Yeah, I'm seeing this.
Okay, yes.
Is there expansion on the, the airport's one of the main, it should be one of the main attractions that coming in, coming out, being the number one export of the United States, you know.
Mayor, City Council, Gilberto Sanchez with the airport. The airport expansion, I don't know if that's the one you were looking at. We did our bidding for that one and it came out to $60 million. So we basically canceled that project and we're doing our remodel. We never got those funds before.
So there was no funds there before?
There was no funds.
Well, was there an assessment before that?
There was a design. My
Do you have it?
predecessor that
Do you know what year it was or when they did it?
It was maybe, was it 2021 probably?
So within the 3 years of 21, it grew $30 million. That's what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was a $3 million design, and probably it was estimated to cost probably around $27 million, if I'm not mistaken. We bid it out, came out to 60. So.
Wow, and that was this year?
That was last year, no, the year before.
The year before, 24?
Yeah, 24, yeah.
Wow, so that's been 23, 24, from 1 year, it went from 20 cent to $20 million more.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a runway?
No,
Is there a runway? Or is this a remodel, the expansion inside, Mr.?
Yeah, it was just an expansion. Just a building, no extra gates, no nothing. It's just an expansion that we're gonna manage right now with the land that we have. We're just gonna reconfigure TSA, which was the basic issue back then, that the TSA queuing lane was not very efficient. But we're gonna take care of that with all the remodel that we're doing. We're gonna lose some office spaces, but it'll get us through for the next 10 years at least, I would think.
Well, we don't wanna do that for 10 years, so hopefully we get funds and try to find a design that we can do it as much. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
All right. Mayor, I believe we have 3 items left, so. So we should be out by 11. All right.
Point of order, special meetings end at 10:30.
No, all right, we're going from the CIP, and again, what our plan is, Mayor, is, while you were in the back room and everything, is that we're gonna bring the CIP in greater detail back at the June workshop, and we're gonna walk through, all of that stuff, because we believe that there are some projects that should be removed. There's a lot of projects that should be updated, in order to prioritize exactly what we should be doing. This next portion of the conversation, again, it's a little bit broader than just next year's budget. But I wanted to lay these pieces out in your minds and start thinking about this, because when the bond referendum election was over, then the conversation is, now what? What do we do now? Where do we go? What are we going to do with this thing? And so I wanted to share with you some of these options, because, and this was asked for during the bond referendum as well too. What happens if it doesn't work? What are the alternatives? So I've laid out a few of them, and again, I think this is the second time that I've talked about these, and so you can see that the conversation keeps getting tighter and keeps getting more specific within that. But I've laid this out based upon the new information from the survey information and everything else. The conversation I wanted to talk about with the bond referendum alternatives and everything is that one of the things that we heard through the referendum, through the budget surveys, is curb spending to stay within available revenues. Let's not stretch ourselves so tight. And that conversation we just had with the CIP is just another portion of that whole conversation. So, I've got this statement here: before we do anything else, we must make sure that we don't spend what we don't have. And so within the survey alignment with this concept is that we had 65.1% dissatisfied with street maintenance. And again, like I said earlier, it's not the work that we're doing, it's that we're not doing enough of it. That's the key to this thing. So it is infrastructure related. It's the streets, it's the water, it's all that work that we're doing now that we just need to do more of it. Numerous comments criticized overspending on public safety and called for stricter financial discipline. That's that balance that I mentioned earlier when we were talking about the survey. We have a lot of people that talked highly about where our public safety is, and then we had a lot of people that said, oh, you're spending too much money. I don't know what to do with that information yet, but just so it's in your heads as well too. Some of the comments received, of course, you can see that there: stop raising taxes to give yourself raises. The city needs to tighten its purse strings. So the actions within this thing is to kind of freeze new subsidized or discretionary programs. That's what we kind of did with our moratorium and stuff. And we want to review and reduce non-essential general fund expenditures. So this is our phase one of our whole structure of what we're trying to do to rebuild this thing. So we're freezing, and they're asking for tighter financial controls, concerns over affordability, excessive subsidies. That's phase one of our entire structure. By the way, in this presentation, there's 4 different phases. And so I'll just walk through them as quickly as I can, because I want to get this into your minds as well too. Second phase was limit spending to core municipal services. And the statement here is, let's get back to the basics: water, roads, and safety. Infrastructure ranked #1 priority against all categories. Road maintenance and water infrastructure were the most consistently cited needs in the comments. There's dissatisfaction with non-core expenditures like murals, promotional events, and discretionary funds. Again, it starts with fix the water before anything else. We heard that over and over through the bond referendum. But then the other statements of, spend more time fixing the roads rather than the art. And I think that we have to just balance through that. I don't have an opinion on that right now as to how to do it all. I think once we start reducing our footprint, then it'll have an impact. But the actions in here: focus on the streets, focus on the water, the drainage, the sanitation, the emergency services. Utilize our COs and our tax notes for urgent repairs only. We're going to be leaning on some of those, the different types of tax notes in order to get ahead of our vehicles with the public safety side. We just have to be very careful about how we do that. And then we need to enforce cost containment on overhead and department expansion. And this is what we're doing through our efficiency study. This is what we're doing through the moratorium, and all of that work that we're doing, we're getting down to that thing. Phase 2, we just need to refocus on our core responsibilities. I've already covered most of this. Number 1, prioritize streets, water, sanitation, public safety. That's the thing that everybody sees, everybody feels. Number 2, consider a street maintenance fee. Laredo has considered it before, back in 2017. None of you were on the council at that time in 2017. I cannot find exactly other than it was never approved. San Antonio, Austin, Houston, Corpus Christi, almost everybody else out there has a street maintenance fee, as well as if they need to do larger projects, they'll lean on the bond referendum. But that is a structure that we should consider, at least in sometime in the future. I'm not saying today. What I'm laying it out there is that we should be looking at these other revenue sources rather than the leaning on the where the property taxes are. In my mind, I think that was the bond referendum was, we don't want our property taxes to increase. But the only way is to take care of the streets, because we're not putting enough into our streets, and you can see that through the surveys and all the comments. We've got to do better. And then initiate the urgent repairs through the certificates of obligation. Starting out with the phase 3, support strategic activities in a controlled and measured way. Progress isn't canceled, it's just more focused now. So the residents are asking for progress. They demand transparency, accountability, and smarter spending. Over 70% expressed the dissatisfaction in how Laredo's tax dollars are being used in those comments. Many supported long-term planning and reinvestment if it's tied to results and oversight. Exactly what you've been talking about through the CIP. How can we have these projects that are years behind and not completed yet? Why did we need to borrow the money to do that project but not finish that project? And I think going back to Councilmember Rangel, that's the structure we're shifting to as well too. We've got to focus. We got to stay with the stuff that we have. So the actions within this structure, of course, implement a street maintenance fee. We do need to look at the stormwater fee. I just received an email today about more stormwater work that needs to be done. So we need to utilize those funds first, but we first have to do the efficiency study, the cost recovery policies to realign service delivery. We have to go back in, and these services that are not our core services, when we're helping everybody do all the magnificent stuff they do through the nonprofits and everything else, we really have to look at our cost recovery. We can't be everything for everyone. We have to focus in on that stuff. And so we need to look at the cost recovery policies and make sure that they're covering what they can cover so that we can focus on that core services. Incorporating rate studies. I need to lay out there because I know you're both all aware of the 2 rate studies we have out there. We have a bridge rate study out there right now trying to bring it up to date. It's been over 12 years for that one. We have a water rate study out there as well too. And that one's coming forward in the future as well too. We're looking at those right now. We're not comfortable with exactly where we're all at with that. We have to look at some adjustments in there. I would say that we also need to look at while we're out there, we're probably going to go ahead and look at solid waste and environmental and stormwater fees as well too. We're going to just look at all of our fee structure because we need to make sure that we are not subsidizing in those use fees with other ways. One of the things that you'll see in the budget right now is that because the city carries city administration, finance, HR, all these different internal services, and the enterprise funds come in and they funnel in what's called an administrative fee. Within the budget right now, we're recommending that we're going to bump that administration fee to 10% rather than where it's at. It's a lot lower at this point in time. We had discussions about going to 14%, but we want to analyze the expenditures before we look at moving that administrative fee that way. But just so you're aware of that being back there as well too. And then implementing phased project strategies, prioritize the project based on urgency, available funding, and return on investment. This is all the conversation you guys have been having just on that CIP conversation. So I'm really happy with exactly where we're at with that. This is just the format of that, looking at it just a little bit different. As you can tell, we're looking at the options for adjusting the stormwater fees. We're starting with the efficiency study results to restructure any of our departments, try to pull everything back into shape where it needs to be. And we will be coming forward with you to launching cost recovery policies, which include rental standards, inspections. Planning and zoning is one where we don't charge enough to cover the cost of what we're providing back there. And I have heard, they'll probably disagree with me right now once I say this, but they're willing to pay more for that if they get the service that they deserve. And in my mind, I think we should be able to get them there, and that's why we're updating our standards and everything in planning and zoning in our building, is that if they're gonna pay for that service, we have to provide the service. And I think everybody gets happier because time's money for all that development that's happening. So that's the phase 3 on this one. Reconnect through transparency and trust. Accountability is our obligation. Trust is our opportunity. 74.1% of our residents expressed interest in participating in future budget discussions. Most of the residents prefer structured, informative communication. Social media, I don't see social media as structured, just so you know, but okay. Facebook is it's a different place for everybody. The city website newsletters rather than open mic formats. So we have to re-envision how we're doing our town halls and all of that, because they want to have it more structured and informative. Several comments emphasized that they were unheard or unaware of how the funds were being utilized. We don't know what's being prioritized. Be honest about what's working and what's not were some of the comments within the survey. Some of the actions that we were looking at trying to get accomplished is, of course, create a public-facing dashboard to track capital projects. We actually have that. And I think that based on the conversation I was hearing today, we need to expand upon that. It needs to be more definitive about what we're doing, not just not a static site for that. We want to continue launching out the city manager's weekly update series as part of this Now What campaign. But one of the things that we started doing, and I hopefully you all appreciate that, was the City Vision and Focus series of articles that we'll put out to the public at least once a week. And it's really to delve deeper into some of the decision making that we all do, or something that's important that happened in the city. I think we're wanting to do that. One of the things that you will see out of the PIO department as well too, is that we are asking to we're going to reinvigorate a district monthly series as well too for each district. And the idea is to make it more district centric. For the mayor, it'll be citywide still, but what we're going to do is we're going to put out these pieces that are related to the district. There will be interviews with you as a city council member for that district. There's going to be a lot of different pieces in that structure, but so we are trying to get that out there within our update series. We are wanting to utilize structured public engagement, a lot more conversation going on, establish a transparent performance reporting, cost savings, and efficient outcomes. You know, our strength is in our directors and putting them in front of the public. I think we need to just keep doing more of that, because I think that's where we keep hearing the best information. Even in the bond referendum conversations, when our directors, our chiefs, and everybody spoke, everybody said, now I understand. When we go, Mayor does his chamber breakfast, he brings along some of us. Now we understand. That's what we're hearing from everybody when we're talking with them. And so we just have to do more of that. So in the phase 4, again, we just have to, we have to clean up our public dashboards, make sure that they're tracking better out there, make sure that they mean something rather than a static site. Holding structured community capital planning workshops. Again, the communication is always perfect. And then introducing performance-driven updates via the city manager's office. I think one thing what was interesting out of the last mayor's breakfast at the chamber is that they are planning on tracking these line replacements. They're going to build their own little tracking system and see how well the city can do from what we said to getting this work done. Exactly the conversation we were having at the CIP. It's all solid. We have help out there. That's what I'm saying, and I think that's what's going to be good. And we've always talked about the metrics and the performance-driven updates. So that's phase 4. Within that, Mayor, City Council, that's that item in a Reader's Digest format, or me speaking as quickly as I can for that. But I wanted to lay that out there to you because this is where we're headed. There are other alternatives out there in order to get there. None of it is cheaper unless we don't do it. I mean, that's the thing, and I think that's where when we clean up the CIP, I think it's going to be a really good thing that we focus in on those things that are important. Any questions or comments on that section? Because we're going to keep moving if nothing else. Awesome. Our next section, we're going to go into expenditures, efficiency, and workforce. We're going to talk about our people a little bit. And so, are you going to start us off? And, okay, and then I'll get out of the way. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and Council, Jesus Esparza again with the Budget Department. I just want to touch on one of the items that was requested earlier. I did pass this slide by itself. This is the increase of that 1% that we talked about in the revenues and where the changes are at. I'm gonna bring this back in a pie chart or different representation, but for timing purposes, I did want to mention it. Taxes increase that we have from 278 to the $280 million proposed, which represents about a 1% increase in our revenues. 7.8 is coming from our taxes, which is 5%. Licenses and permits are a shortfall of 674. Intergovernmental revenues has 3%. Charges for services is 16. We're gaining 66%. This is something that Mr. Knapp was talking about that is partially on the administrative fees that we're collecting. Fines and forfeitures, we have a shortfall of 328. That's a negative 5%. Fees and collections, 4%. Rent, royalties, and interest, we're losing 6%. Reimbursement miscellaneous, 55% negative. Franchise fees and the other financing sources of 19 million for a total. That is the impact of the 2.8 million that we're getting in from last year on the revenue side. Just wanted to
Mr. Esparza, sorry to interrupt. I think, maybe it's just me. I think we're missing this page.
This is a page that I passed a little bit.
Okay.
This was in response to Dr. King's request to illustrate the increase from the 278. Yes.
Thank you. Apologies.
So I wanted to make sure you all you saw that. Now going into the expenses, the general fund expenses by activity right now currently for the departments is 289 million. So right off the top, 280 revenues, 289, we have a $9 million shortfall. The 289 is represented by the activity, which is public safety. We have 176 million in blue on the pie chart. We have general government at 41 million. Culture and
on this previous slide, we kind of breezed through the negative 29%, $19 million. That's a shortfall?
Yes, what we're doing there, that is the change that we're doing now, that we're trying to grow at a 3.5% with the current actual revenues that we have. So last year we used reserves that we have on a tune of $23 million. So right now we're reducing that by $19 million.
Oh, okay.
So that is, now we're trying to match our active revenues to our expenses. So we're trying to bring those two lines together. And I have a chart in my expenses that I can go over that. Excellent question.
Thank you.
So the next slide is general fund expenses by category. Personnel is 212. This represents 73% of our budget goes to personnel. Our contractual is 39 million. This represents 13.6 of our expenditures. Intergovernmental transfers, we have 15 million. Other charges, 12 million. Materials and supplies, 10 million, and miscellaneous, 1 million. This slide is where we're looking at the current, we looked at the revenue side, which is the one that we showed just a minute ago. This is the department's, the original budget and the proposed budget and the percent change. So those are the percent changes that we have going down the line for mayor, city manager, budget, all our departments in there. On the right, there is a 59% shift in the mayor's office because we're aligning now the assistants into the divisions of the city council and moving them from the city manager. That's why we have a drop under the city manager, and those employees are not gonna be accounted under the city council divisions. We have budget at a 10.7 increase here. We had some promotions that happened during the year, and we hired a vacancy position that we had, so that's why we're at 10.7. Municipal court increases at 2.2. City attorney 12.3. City secretary 7.5. Tax 2.5. We do have some departments like human resources that did reduce by 4.1%. And looking at their expenditures, and my shout outs are to them. They looked at their actual other line items and were able to cut some line items in there. Planning came in at 3.6, which is our target of 3.5. So forth down the line. Fires at 9.2 right now. Health, we have a decrease because we still don't have the third-party funding in place. We're still going through that. Parks and Leisure, 3.2. They did really good job in their budget as well. Internal Audit has some positions that they hired, came in at higher than the entry level, so that is, we have an increase now that we're absorbing that changes in our proposed budget. Economic Development and Community Development. So what this is telling us right now that our general fund expenditures are at 4.7 increase. Our target growth is a 3.5, which is what we're working on moving forward so we can slow down our growth. So we would need to cut about $2.8 million in the current budgets of the departments to come in with that 3.5. We do have some meetings scheduled for next week, which we're gonna bring in our departments again that are not within the 3.5. And we're looking also, and I know HR is gonna cover some of the unfilled positions that we have. We have some unfilled positions. And
Yes, go ahead. Question?
Why is it that right here on police, you got a 3.1% increase and a public and fire 9.2?
The fire has, we had budgeted 30, we have 38 new positions that we budgeted for the cadets that are coming in. We had submitted a grant for that, which we did not get awarded. So now the general fund is absorbing those positions to the general fund. That's why they have that increase higher. Police has a 3.6, but right now we are about to start the collective bargaining with the police side. So we don't know what that amount is yet, so they're at 3.6.
So you're leaving that space?
Yes, well, we're just starting that negotiations. Yeah. We're gonna see how we move forward on that. So I expect that number to be higher than that 3.6. So we need to go back into this one and figure out, because I mean, they do have a lot of public safety, one of our highest.
And another one that I see, it's city attorney 12.3% increase.
City attorney currently has, I think, a position, a new attorney which was going to be part of the changes for the municipal court. There's still some work that is going on for that, so that Mr. Knapp, actually this morning we were talking about that might be changing, so that number might be.
Well, you're awarding another position for.
We have an additional attorney right now that was supposed to line up with the new municipal court judge. And so.
And we haven't tried.
The city attorney is requesting that position.
Yeah, but we haven't tried it yet before. Can we just wait for the other budget cycle for next year? Not this year, but the following year. We haven't even gotten the municipal court judge in there.
Right.
And we're already budgeting for attorney.
Yeah, and mayor and council, and if we don't move forward again, we don't have we haven't had all the conversations yet, right? I mean, I think this is, you see this as well too. You're seeing the sausage. We're plugging it in there because if we do appoint, another judge, then we have two courts that we have to run. And so that's the reason for that in there. If it is tied directly to that, if we don't have a judge to place in there, then it will be a timing system within that structure. We have a conversation coming up at the next council meeting, just so you're aware, for the court system as well too. But
Was there any way we can just wait for the?
well, yeah, but these are all just pretend numbers right now, for lack of a better way to say this. These are guesstimates as to what the requests are within the structure of what they're asking for. That's why you see the differentials within the different percentages. It'll coalesce once we get closer to the better numbers. So,
Yes, I'll be quick. Mr. City Manager, you're making us look bad, you know? You gave us a 59% and you said you cut 17%, but that's just because you put the assistants under us. So, see how that.
it was not intentional. If
See
I
how
could have
that-
found a better way, yep.
And then budget, you know, you're well above your 3.5%, 10.7, so we gotta.
So that big change, of course, is the council assistants, moving them into the council budget. That's what it is. And so,
Okay.
yes.
Just picking, and then I would like to highlight community development with we kind of skipped over that 23%. Is there something, deduction, so kudos unless. we're
Those are
missing
part of the.
That is the movement of our code enforcement officers.
Okay, just nice to have the context of how all this
Yeah,
happens.
yeah, and that we can do a definition sheet so that everybody knows exactly what was nudged.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Knapp, can we get a chart that shows all the current positions within the department
We
and
can.
like the ones that have been added? Because, you know, I think we need to have that conversation on some of these positions because it's not, I don't think that we as council should just like agree with all these new position requests without really understanding the need for them, especially when we have deficiencies in other areas or, you know, we ourselves are struggling with support. And so,
Yeah, and-
I would like to see how many new positions were created in the last year, 2 years, because,
we have that.
some departments, there may be room for moving people around.
We agree, and Mayor, and that's a perfect point. Note that this is just all the ingredients getting put into the pot in the kitchen. We've not decided if we're gonna leave the vegetables in our stew. I don't know, I'm trying new analogies out, but know that this stuff moves, and so yes, we can get the mayor pro tem, we have all that data as to how the new employees have come in, where they've come in, how they've changed and everything, and so you can kind of see that cycle. We've not asked the council to approve anything yet, because one of the things that you will do through the budget session is to approve our full-time equivalent list as to which employees, how many employees we're gonna carry. So that will be forthcoming in the August meetings, but this is all the preliminary work saying, this is what's being requested. And so you're getting to see, before we take our surgical knife to it, you're getting to see some of this work that we're coming from. So yes, ma'am, we can do that.
Mayor, if I may? So just, I guess to go back, if you were to take the mayor and city council amount that you moved and deduct that from city manager still got an increase.
I'd have to look through exactly
So
what's
it's
all in there, yeah.
I mean, it would be negative 17, but without moving them, it would be an increase of a certain percent.
Yeah, the other thing for the city
Can we know what that percent
Yes,
is?
I can bring you those numbers. The other thing that, on the city manager, we're still finalizing some of those budgets that we have in there based on some of the conversations that we've had. So that's still, it's a working process on that one as well.
Because I'd like to see like who's an assistant to who, and then who's
Yes.
under everyone, and who's got, I mean, there's a tree.
The organizational chart.
And it is misleading because
Yeah.
if you
What-
just deduct, it's still gonna be an increase for city manager's office.
Now, keep in mind that this is a total department budget. It's not only personnel, so this includes personnel, materials, contractual. So we have a breakdown of that, which is a longer report that I can make sure it gets to the council so they can look at that.
Yeah, everything that makes it up
Okay.
and the positions as well.
Okay, yeah, and like Mr. Net mentioned, the FTEs, we have an FTE according to what we have right now, so I'd be happy to submit that as well. That shows all the FTEs that we have throughout the city.
Mayor, Mr. Nevin, Coach, the 3.2 on parks, is that for the upcoming, department that's gonna be at the Buena Vista, or what's that 3.2?
No, 3.2 is just the parks operation on the Buena Vista. Based on the last council action, we are working to bring an item for some amending the FTEs for those positions that it's going to be a special revenue fund that's going to account for running it. So we're going to come forth with the positions and the budget to set up for the revenues and appropriate and setting that up. So that's forthcoming in the next two council meetings.
All right, thank you, guys.
Can I ask, Mayor, my bad, man? 7.5% on the city secretary. Is the city secretary getting another secretary? Or?
No.
Is that the expense for the additional,
Elections?
elections?
Part of that is part of the elections. Part of that is that.
For the next,
Right.
Than budgeted, that's
Right.
okay.
Keep in mind that, and I'm gonna have a slide here to illustrate what's part of this right now that is discussing that, so that those percentages are in the budget. We already have, some personnel, proposals that are incorporated in there, which is, it's up for your discussion and direction as well, so. Any other questions on this slide? Okay. The next slide is budget request. So part of the process that we're doing is we're working with all the departments and they're submitting their requests that they have. The total request that we have for general fund, this general fund alone, $96 million, 96.7 million. The amount that correlates to capital outlay stuff or items is 89.5. Personnel requests that the departments are submitting is 6.2 million. And then we have requests for overtime of 882,000. And those lines have corresponding, no surprise, fire and police are on top of that list. Fire has 24 million requests, out of which 21 is capital outlay items. I do want to note that we do have some duplication here from our CIP. So some items that are in this 21 million are part of the items that are in the CIP. So the CIP has that as a project. Now the department comes forward and says, this is a priority that I have in my CIP that I now need to fund. So those items are in there as well. So the police department has a total request of 64 million. Of 60 are items that are in their CIP. There's a lot of, and Mr. Chief can talk more about that if you all need, but a lot of the substations are included in there as well, so that's why that is about $60 million in request. So between those two, we have about 71 million of the 89 million that is requested. The next one in there is Public Works at 4 million for capital outlay, and that's mainly equipment as well. So this is a challenge where we get to, because this is where we start thinking, what are the priorities that we're gonna fund through either PPFCOs or contractual obligation funds.
Councilman, let me go back to what, Pro Temp was saying earlier. I'm looking at parks here, 526,304. They have a certain budget as to what they want to do with, and they already have something to do for the following year, and fix it with the 526. If they cover everything that they want to do at Parks and Rec with that 526 capital outlay, and we come back with the district expenditures that we have, that doesn't come out of this 526, does it?
Well, in this 526, and I also have a breakdown for this for all the departments and what makes up that 526, but I can tell you that within that 526, they have replacement programs for their playgrounds. They have different replacement programs for their shade replacements. So part of this is in their CIP. So what happens, as we fund them now, the CO would fund that CIP project in there, which is the same items that are here.
Okay, so basically these are big ticket items for that department.
Yes.
And so the idea, I think, would be from, I guess what I'm trying to say, is that, the non-big ticket items should really go towards our district fund.
Correct.
Right, okay.
So, all of this is coming out of the general fund?
No.
Okay,
All of these are requests, and that we normally look for a mechanism outside, because the operating funds is just covering the operations personnel, their material supplies, so any purchase of any capital assets that they're buying, replacing playgrounds or any, doing another building, is coming out of our capital outlay, which we are looking at our CIP to figure out what's our priority there. They're coming here now in the budget process on my side and saying, we need to finance these items here, we need them to be considered for our financing.
I know, but it says total general fund on there. And
This is
so-
all general fund, yes. And general fund meaning that we would support this through the property taxes, issuing a financing mechanism for them.
That's what I was asking you, so it's all coming out of the general fund?
Yes.
And but
It's
you
all
s-
related to general fund.
But you said no.
Not the, well, I guess, what I'm thinking when we talk about general fund, we talk about the operating expense, which is the $289 million budget. The $289 million budget for operating fund does not have the capital asset sides that we're buying for those, for general fund per se.
I know, so we gotta all talk the same language here, because, we gotta put this in layman's terms.
Yes.
Are we borrowing money for it, or is it coming out of the taxpayers' tax monies? That, I think there needs to be a distinction there, which I
Everything-
thought what the
yes.
capital overlay column was.
Yes. Everything that's here, we're gonna finance.
Finance. Okay, so to put that it's general fund, I think it's important to distinguish, are we borrowing for it or are we not borrowing for it?
Everything that's here, we're borrowing. In the revenue side, one of the slides that I showed where we have the property taxes that are coming in of 98 million, we have the debt service side that is paying for whatever we're borrowing.
And what about the personnel and the overtime? I mean, how
Well,
much of
well,
this?
That's only for the capital outlay column. The personnel is operations and overtime is operations.
But that's funded from ad valorem taxes.
The personnel?
Do we bond out for personnel?
No.
That's what
Personnel,
I'm saying. So some of these are bonds.
yes.
Some of these are not bonds.
Yes, the two
And it doesn't distinguish here for us which ones are and which ones aren't.
Correct. The two columns on the right are the regular operating, and I'll go ahead and clarify that on the top, and this is capital outlay by itself.
So you're talking about, the departments are saying which CIP projects they want us to bond out for in the capital overlay column. But we're already considering those items in the CIP discussions.
Correct.
I think it's duplication.
Yes.
And we know that they have the need if they're asking for it in the CIP. I don't know if it's helpful to have it repeated, because now it looks like more money that they're asking for, when in reality, they're just asking for projects, right? I mean, in the CIP, it's project-based, here it's numerically based.
Yeah, and that's,
But it's important for us to understand what's being borrowed, what's being financed through ad valorem taxes, so we can distinguish, because this is your world, this is not our world, right?
yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so basically what I'm reading as well is that this is referring to all the projects requested for the CIP, the general fund CIP. They requested $89 million and we are being told that we may have 50 to 56, or I mean,
Yes.
because this other graphic we had $56 million listed worth of projects of unfunded projects, but the implication was that those were the recommended projects by staff, although it wasn't explicitly stated, but that's the implication. So I'm hearing roughly that all the departments have requested $89 million of CIP, and this is of course not including district priority funds that we haven't decided on a final number of, but and then I'm hearing 56 million might be our top number. So there's a $33 million worth of projects that will need to get cut from this 89 million. But I'm going to take away 4 million already, because I'm guessing the 4 million for public works capital outlay is referring to street paving, which we're not going to be allowed to do this year. So might as well go ahead and remove that, right?
I don't believe Let me double check on that, because I don't think that's a paving.
And I'm just gonna keep beating the dead horse on the streets. I want a plan to pave, continue paving what we've been paving for the since the paving program started a few years ago at 5 million per year. I don't know if we're actually getting through, Mr. Avila, that 5 million, or if it's roughly however much money we're spending on street paving per year. I personally want to see a plan for how we're going to keep funding that, 4 to 5 million, whatever the number is, for the next year, or for the next 3 years. Because the state law right now says we're not allowed to do CO bonds for the next 3 years on streets because of the failed bond. So I need a plan. We all need a plan for how we're gonna fund 4 to 5 million of streets every year for the next 3 to 5 years until this blackout period from the bond election goes away. Because, I mean, we cannot just, and the street maintenance fee that was just referenced, I don't think this council is passing that tomorrow. So, you know, we need a plan for fiscal year 25-26 to keep doing what Public Works has been doing, because even that's a drop in the bucket of what's actually needed, but we need to at least continue some momentum there.
Yes.
So how much is, no, sir.
Mayor, I do.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Yeah. Go ahead. Are you yield? Okay, go ahead.
Well, I think that part of the problem with, you know, the reason why people are so upset about the streets is that Public Works, the amount of money that they're putting towards the paving isn't really changing or increasing with inflation. The request is kind of the same, 5 million. 5 million this year is less than 5 million last year. And that's why we're getting less and less for the budget, because the costs are going up. So it's not this 5 million this year or next year is not gonna be the same. And that's why people are unhappy, because instead of paving, I don't know, John, 100 streets or 500 streets, we're paving 300 streets, because we're not adjusting their budget for the inflationary costs. And I think we need to look at that, because if we're gonna continue at this level, at the very bare minimum, the funding for next year needs to be adjusted for inflation.
Yeah, and the paving is an item that we have been discussing with management. I know that the fee was one of the options that had been discussed in there as a mechanism, but we still haven't determined. Normally, the paving project were funded through the CO. We won't be able to do that for the next 3 years. So currently, we still have some money available in some of the COs from last year for paving, and approximately $3 million. So we can continue doing the maintenance work until we come up with a plan of how we're gonna now come up with a paving program, or because we can't not only do a paving program the way we're doing it, because we're just patching streets, and that's why
Do we have the amount of all COs been sold since last year? Do you have the amount?
From last year?
Yeah, all the COs, or from last year to this year? From 23 to 24?
Yeah, last year we sold 2 COs, one for the 40 million and the utilities one. We do have that in front of the capital budget. I can print that screen.
That's
for
for
you.
20,
Can we print that?
was that for 23?
We have 24 and 25. We did provide, I think we have a listing. We were working with finance on that. So I can provide you, I think we went back like 10 years. Let me get you that. It's
I
not in
appreciate
my
it,
presentation. but-
just so we have
Yes.
the
yes, we can
COs.
def- Yeah.
Because you're
We
saying
have
that we
that.
have, you're saying, Mr. Esposito, that we have money from last year, and that's what we're trying to use for paving, so I just wanna see how much money is there,
Okay.
right?
For the paving.
Yeah,
Okay.
oh, for everything.
Okay. And getting back to the item, Mayor, on the, for the $4 million, for the $4,086,639 that we have 2 hole patchers, 566,000. We have a dump truck, some dump trucks, 458,000. 2 tractors, 391,000. Paving truck, 589. A cat, mini excavator, 71,000. Tractor loader. So all of the items that we have there are equipment under the $4 million. None of this money is for paving.
Which one is that?
For the last one that was brought up, the Public Works, 4,086,639 for the capital outlay. Number here in the bottom. None of that is for paving. It's all for equipment.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't see anything in here, and they just brought up, you breaking it down the way you did. I know that Public Work is in need of other equipment out there, but for this particular round, they're only asking for the vehicles that you're talking about right now. And I'm just wondering, because part of our bond was gonna be for that same thing for police. And is any, I only see the capital outlay, does it include any vehicles that they're needing?
Yes.
On
The
that-
capital outlay includes vehicles.
Okay, great. Now, the
So,
only one that I don't see in here that is asking, I know they were in desperate need, was solid waste. And I'm not sure if they're getting anything ordered.
Solid waste, we are looking, they do have 8.3 in my next slide, which
Okay.
covers the
Thank you very
non-general
much.
fund.
Appreciate it.
They're requesting 8.3 in equipment as well. Now, on solid waste, we have, and we're going through that fund summary, they have a healthy fund balance in there. So we need, in working with our financial advisor, we try to hold on to the money, but we have a healthy fund. So we might do a combination of an issuance and drawing down like we did in the previous one to do that. So that's what we're trying to determine how we do that financing mechanism. Do we buy half, finance half, do we finance it all, and so forth?
And Mayor? And Mayor, in the next slide, which is not, it's not really being projected to the people watching at home, but it's there, but it's not up here for us anyway. But this next slide you're showing, these are all enterprise fund CIP plans.
Yes.
Yeah, just so everyone.
Yeah, we have enterprise fund, yes, they're all enterprise funds. And this ones, when we finance, they are paying for their financing in there. So one of the funds that we don't have here is utilities, because utilities issued monies last year. So they have last year and this year to spend that money. So next year, we're staged to finance their.
For the fleet manager, the 1.4, do we have a list of what he needs for personnel for 1.4? Was he trying to get new mechanics, engineer, like
Yes.
mechanics like diesel mechanics, or what is it? How many is he gonna get, or? 1.4 million.
Mayor, for the positions that he's requesting is 4 diesel mechanic 2s, 8 automotive mechanic 1s, 2 senior office assistants, 4 diesel mechanic 2s, 1 warehouse assistant, and 3 warehouse assistants, and that is the estimate that he's requesting in personnel. $1.4 million. None of that has been approved. We're still reviewing those positions and analyzing.
Mayor, what about solid waste? That's a big request. I think it's important for us to not just see the number, but to see the breakdown within the number.
Yes, I do have all the details, which is this, but it's a big report. I'll be happy to scan it, PDF it to the council members for their review. And they can see everything that the summary of this is in the detail that I have. It's just that there was no way for me to kind of compile it in a short spreadsheet to present here. But I have it available, be happy to disseminate it to everybody so everybody can have it.
CVB is getting, Mayor, I'm sorry. CVB is trying to hire another staff member, director, assistant director, or?
It's a clerk. You'll need to unlock your microphone first.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, it's an office assistant. I'm talking the previous language, but it's clerk. It used to be clerk one, now it's office assistant.
Office assistant. Okay. 2 1 7. That's, it's just one?
I'm sorry,
It's just gonna be one?
just one, yeah.
Certainly, and that would include all the benefits that are
Correct.
aligned with that position?
Yeah, Eileen Ramos, for the record, Convention and Visitors Bureau. Yes, it's the basic office assistant position and includes all the numbers based on the numbers we currently have for benefits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, and the challenge here is that we're currently looking at the operating budget. None of these items are in our budget as well. And we're trying to stay within that 3.5%. So anything that we add at this point to that would just increase that. So looking, unless we increase revenues, which would be revenues coming from property taxes, and the only way that that can happen is that we project more than the no new tax revenues coming in. But there's a time frame for that because we would have to include it in our budget. That would trigger an election going in November. And that would raise our, we would basically be going to the voters again saying, we need more money in that. So right now, our goal is to look at cutting the expenditures and trying to stay within that 3.5%. The directive to the departments were, if you're looking for a position, give me revenues that you can generate within your department. In general fund, that is the struggle, because general fund does not necessarily count on their specific revenues for their departments.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
So, just what you're just referring to, Mr. Esparza, is a VATRE, a voter-approved tax rate election, which none of us up here want. I don't think anybody in this room wants that.
Thank you for saying that.
Okay, so I think we all agree that whatever it takes to avoid that, because basically if we budget for, and we accidentally, increase the M&O by more than 3.5%, that is a automatic election in November, this coming November, that would have to happen. So we're not letting that happen.
Message heard loud and clear. Going to my next slide, now these are some of the items that we currently have, and these are all personnel costs that we have in our budget. On the middle column, we have a citywide impact, and the one on the right is our general fund impact. So for example, we currently have a 2.5 COLA for all our employees at an impact of $3.5 million. And in general fund, that reflects $1.3 million.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Esparza, citywide versus general fund?
Citywide is utilities, bridge, all the enterprise funds. General fund is just general fund, which is police, fire, library.
So, the,
Siri.
So the COLA increase is 3.5 in the enterprise funds and
All funds including general fund. So citywide, if we do a COLA of 2.5%, it costs the city 3.5. The amount that it costs general fund only, because remember, general fund is the one that we struggle to balance.
Right.
The cost of general fund is 1.3 million.
Okay.
And that's why I don't want to necessarily say it's 3.5 because the impact to general fund is only 1.3. That's the fund that we've been talking about today.
Right.
Revenues, expenditures, this is affecting, so in the percentages that we have in there, the increase, those percentages already include all of this in here. It hasn't been approved, it's tentatively in there, like Mr. Neff saying, we're making the sausage here, and this is something that's in there right now. Council discretion can tell us, we think you should take this out or decrease this or increase that. So this is a recap of the personal cost that we have right now in the current budget that we're presenting to you, the revenues and expenditures.
Okay, and the citywide reflects enterprise funds, and so those plus general fund plus enterprise funds, and those enterprise funds are generally taken care of in the sense that those departments are meeting that budget request?
They have their own revenue sources.
But, so they are meeting their budgets?
Well,
Or they're able to provide?
So,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
The next one there is the fire contract. This is and now if you look at the fire contract, it's 889, 714 on both sides because they're all general fund. So 899 is a total city and 889, 714 is a total impact to general fund. The final, this contract year is 1.5 contract increase that we have in the fire. The insurance cost that we have is $709,000 for the city, $432 for general fund. The TMRS impact, there's an adjustment. This is also a moving target. We normally get our final numbers in July. So we're at 499. 274,000 is the impact to general fund. Fire pension, we also do a contribution in there. Our estimation is 127. That is what is in the current budget. Matches on both sides because general fund, all of fire department is in general fund. Workers' comp is a small increase, 87, 62 in general fund. The longevity is a step that we have. We currently have a 1.5 longevity step increases, which is what moves an employee between a grade. That is happening mid-year. We have it scheduled mid-year in our current numbers. Cost of that is $1 million. The general fund impact is $410,000. So the total citywide is $6.9 million, and the impact to general fund is 3.5. So this 3.5 is what's impacting growth in general fund for personnel costs alone.
Mayor, may I? I'm sorry, you were explaining, but could you clarify the longevity? This is when workers or employees have been here long enough, they automatically increase because of the time spent with the city?
Correct.
Okay. And then on the insurance costs, is that due to just increased risk? Is that the market?
We're gonna have our HR director will be covering, she has her presentation on the rates and that, so that is the impact that we're having.
And this is health insurance then?
Yes.
Thank you.
And my last slide, this is now, we're looking at the general fund revenue and expenditures. The line on the top represents our expenditures and the line on the bottom represents our revenues. So as you can see, we have a balanced budget in 24-25 of 278. As we move forward, you can see that our revenues we have a shortfall in this current year of 8.9. If we were to do nothing, that as we move forward, our budget increases, so we'll be short next year 9.3, 9.6, 10 million, 10.3. We will have a balanced budget when we finish. When we come in July 29, we will be presenting a balanced budget. Based on the number of cuts that we're doing, reviewing our revenues again, we're gonna make those two lines match. This is just to illustrate what we're working right now between our revenues and our expenditures. And that is the challenge that we have for the next 2 months when we come forward and provide to you a balanced budget. In summary, we went over the budget calendar, important dates, property tax history, sales and hotel motel tax, general fund revenues and expenditures, budget requests, personnel requests, and general fund forecast. I am going to be taking all the comments that were made here, making adjustments to our presentation, so when we come back next month, we make those adjustments into our presentation. So that concludes my presentation for this.
And then what we're
One of the
planning to
options,
do to increase
yes, we're going to be,
revenue.
like you mentioned, next week, we're going to start meeting with the departments again. We're going to be looking, one of the considerations to look at closing that gap is we're going to look at the revenues again, but we're also going to look at all the unfilled positions that we have out there. Currently, we have about $22 million in positions that are open. Some of those are in the pipeline, and Ms. Teniente will touch a little bit on that. Half of those are in the pipeline. So we have about 10 million or so that are unfilled. So now we need to look at those, and through our efficiency work that we're doing, we're gonna try to see what we can consolidate or what we can do without and unfund those positions as well. So that's part of the consideration that we're gonna sit down when we meet with the departments and see what we can do. We're also gonna go back and look at our revenues one more time, because we are talking about the 3-4 top revenues. The other 200 line item, the other 200 revenue line items, we will go back and revisit and see if we can squeeze any more money out of those. It's just that when you have a line item that gives you 5% of your revenues, you can triplicate that account and it's not gonna make a movement on the total revenues. So our main revenues is those top three that we talked about, and those is what really funds our general.
Mayor, if I may? Yes, go ahead. Cause if we're just gonna cut personnel, that's kind of like the low hanging fruit if that's the biggest portion of our budget. I mean, I think when we're talking about efficiency, we're not just talking about not filling positions, cause that would give us, I guess, like the quickest bang for our efforts. But I think we're also talking about looking at what we are spending money on.
Correct.
And being more efficient, like, you know, do we need this much money for this particular thing within the department? You know, there's gotta be something in there other than personnel.
And Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, so that's part of the efficiency study process that we're walking through. The departments are going through a self-assessment right now as well too. Know that when I presented the efficiency study, it was a 9 to a 12 month, upwards of about 16 months to get it done. We are trying to get it done in time for this budget. At least the low hanging fruit, for lack of a better way to say it, because I think we need to make this kind of a revolving, continually looking at our stuff, saying, should we continue doing this even now at a later date? But so that it's not all just about the positions and everything. It is about making sure everybody's placed where they need to be as well too. So
Mayor, if I
that's
may.
going on.
Sir, quick question. The positions that the departments are asking, are those positions already for this budget, or their current budget, or is it that they've been there for the longest time, so waiting on the shelf, ready to get filled, and now they're just, going over to next year's cycle?
So, and Mayor and council members, so very similar to our CIP, we have filled positions, we have unfilled positions. We say we would like to have these. We may not have enacted the program or whatever reason they are. I would argue that, any position that we haven't filled within 6 months or even published for, we may or may not really need that position because we've moved on in a different direction. That's what we're going through the exercise with that as well too. We are trying, of course, anything that was not already on the wire to fill when we did the moratorium, we're not allowing any of those positions to come in unless
Can we
they're
get a
critical.
copy of the positions that were asked for before we did the moratorium?
And Councilmember, that goes back to exactly what the Mayor Pro Tem was asking for too. So yes, we'll be able to provide you with that information.
Because
as
then
far as-
we'll find out if we're taking longer to hire, and that's what building up to all this.
I see where you're going. Yep.
Or is it that we need it because,
Yeah.
we're doing different.
There's more than one reason for everything for us. So, but that'll be a good conversation going forward. Is that all yours, Mr. Esparza? Okay. We got 2 items and then, the precursor for the next meeting. So I think we'll be done here really soon. 11 o'clock. I'm just saying. All right.
Y'all ready? Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Linda Teniente, Human Resources Director of the City of Laredo. I am going to be talking about the compensation plan updates and health insurance projections that we've been working on. And just to get everybody on the same conversation, it's to provide City Council with a strategic overview of the proposed updates to the City's compensation plan and employee health benefits. As I've been listening to Mr. Esparza speak earlier today, that this is an impact to our organization, and it's kind of weighing in on all the information we receive. We're also going to be talking about rate changes, and we're also going to be talking about that this is an informed decision that we've come to. The department started looking at our health plan since February. And in February, we met with our consultant and our health and Blue Cross Blue Shield representatives. We also have Blas Martinez here with Lauderdale Insurance. He is our partner when we work on these plans. And we rely a lot on Blue Cross and we rely a lot on our consultant. When we first started our discussions with our consultant, they first said, you're going to have to ask for a 20% increase in medical insurance. I told them, are you crazy? They're going to eat me alive. So I can't go there. I said, you've got to give me other ideas. So they came back and they gave us several options to consider as an organization. We can't keep doing what we are doing and not either. It's going to change it one way or another. So we've got to get creative. So what we're going to do today, we're going to talk about some of the strategic goals that we're proposing. One of them, it is a compensation plan, as Mr. Neb and Mr. Esparza were talking about just now. We're also going to do a unification of the retiree program, and I'll explain what that means is that when we did the retiree incentive program, now we have two different plans, and we're going to have to merge them into one here in the very near future. The other area that we're going to talk about is, this comes from our consultant, is to establish a distinct cost spread in our medical plans. And also we're going to talk about an equitable dependent coverage. And also we're going to talk about medical and pharmacy claims. So a little bit of background of the City of Laredo. The City of Laredo is a self-funded plan. What does this mean? The City of Laredo pays the first $300,000 on every medical plan that we have. The City of Laredo offers 4 plans, but I'm going to explain that to you because it's a pretty lengthy conversation. On the first part, I want to talk about the compensation classification plan. In meeting with management, there is a policy in one of the plans that he was hoping to do. The city manager, when I say he and the management team, there was this span of control. Span of control, the way that the plan had originally been proposed and adopted was that at every 10 supervisors, you're going to get another supervisor that comes in. You supervise between 6 to 12 people. Anytime that you're supervising more than 12 people in the span of control, you lose the control, you lose the ability to manage them, you lose efficiency in that. So this is what we had done. Proposal for management is to expand that. Instead of 10, we're going to increase it up to 12. That's going to be the first one. And I'm going to talk a little bit about also what Mr. Esparza was talking about on the employees. So for fiscal year 24-25, the City of Laredo was approved 3,604 FTEs. When we ran the report last week, we determined that 3,604 FTEs were approved in the last budget cycle. Of the general fund, 1,828 FTEs are in the general fund. Of those, we ran a report, and in the report it reflects that 491 positions are not filled. However, I also need to state, there are 60 positions in the pipeline moving along. Either they're in a selection process, they're in the background, or they're about to get filled in the next 2 weeks. We also have seasonals in here. So when we do that, we determined that there's 145 positions in that 5 are unfunded as of right now. So determining the cost of that, the 140 positions that are funded but unfilled equates to $10.8 million as of right now. Some of these positions, the question was asked, why are they not filled? It's a couple of reasons. Some of the positions that are in our listing are cadets, fire and police cadets are in the pipeline. There are also seasonal positions that are in the pipeline to get filled. We're about to start our seasonal program next week. So there's a couple of things. Management has asked that we come back and make an assessment. We're going to bring in the departments with management, and they're going to determine what are these positions. Are they, as long as they're looking for positions that will not impact the services to the community. So the department directors will tell, budget and management, which ones are going to work, which ones are not going to be working, and that's how it's going to be determined. That's on the compensation piece. Now we're going to go into, I was explaining to the council about our medical insurance annual cost, and I said that back in February, the consultant recommended that we increase our rates by 20%, and I said, absolutely not, give me another alternative, which they came back. So this is what we have. Currently, our plan it's anticipated that we're going to have 6,409 members. That includes all employees, all dependents, retires, and eligible dependents. Our medical claims are projected to come in at 30.6 million for this fiscal year upcoming. Our prescription claims are going to be coming in at 11.6 million, and that's on a conservative number. Our stop loss is anticipated to go up to 3.6 million. We had a couple of catastrophic cases this year that impacted our medical plan. Catastrophic cases will be similar to an organ transplant, cancers, premature children. We've had some of those that hit our plan. So once that hits our plan, then that stop loss kicks in. Because of that utilization, that's what's driving our stop loss. We also will be paying 2.1 million in fees to our consultants in Blue Cross Blue Shield and those. Also, we're also anticipating, or we've programmed 504,000 as an incentive to the HDHP plan for a grand total of 48.4 million. That's an 11% increase. These numbers are conservative based on what our consultant has provided to us in Blue Cross Blue Shield. So what did we do? We did a couple of things this time in talking with our consultants. So of course our medical premiums are going to increase. Medical premiums are what we are billed once they take the utilization of everything that is encompassed in what makes our medical plans. So what do? They give us a rate. The rate is going up, and I'm going to highlight the areas because this is a lot of numbers here. So if you follow my cursor, right now the monthly premium for and I'm going to specifically speak about our HDHP plan. We have 4 plans, and I'm going to focus in on this plan. This plan was formerly known as a consumer-driven health plan, and it's a PPO. So there's a misconception that it's a different plan. It's a PPO plan. Currently, it's 508. The increase is going to be 534.04. So how is it going to impact an employee that's in the CDHP plan? It's going to be a zero cost to that employee. This is the one plan that the City of Laredo offers at zero cost to our employee. The City of Laredo pays 100% of that plan. I'm going to stay on the right-hand side where we're talking about the proposed plan. So it's going to go up for the spouse. If what they were paying is 305, it is going to go up to 320.41. The difference that the employee will see here, it's going to be 704. The other part that I had started our conversation earlier, I'm saying that now we've also made our plan equitable. You will see that beforehand, this is the only plan where it's a 50-50, that the civilian employee pays, 50% then fire and police pay. This is the only plan that does this up until today. You're also going to see the impact to the children. If you're an employee and you only have children on your coverage, you're going to go to 427.25, and the difference that you'll see, it's 470. You'll also see the 470 on fire and police. The same amount will be applicable to both sides. You'll also see family coverage. It will go up on a monthly rate to $631, and the employees change per pay period. It's $291. You'll see an increase of $1398 to fire and police as well. This is going to be the HDHP plan. On the next screen, we're going to talk about what's called the Health Maintenance Organization, also known as an HMO plan. The HMO plan, the difference of this plan is that you must have a primary care physician, and also in order for you to see a specialist, you have to have the authorization from the primary care physician that allows you to see a specialist. The changes that you will see in this plan is going to be as such. Again, the premiums are going to go up by that 11%. It's going to 6.78. The employee will be paying $41.58. They will see a change of $11.59 per pay period. For spousal coverage, it will go up by to $360. They'll see the change in their pay periods at $970, and also for children for $240. You'll see the changes of $643. Family, it's going to go from $710, and you'll see a change of $1913. What you will notice in this category is beforehand the city was paying 48%. We put it equitable. It's going to be 50%, 50% for the civilian employee, and 50% for fire and police. City of Laredo pays 85% of the coverage for the employee, and 85% will also be applied to fire and police in this category. And these are the changes to the far right-hand side on how those impacts will be applied to the employee. This is the changes that the employee will see firsthand.
Mayor, just real quick, I might be having a mental breakdown here, but EE versus ER.
EE stands for employee, ER stands for employer, City of Laredo.
Okay,
Yes,
just
sir.
wanted to make sure. Okay.
Yes, sir. The third plan that we are going to talk about is the Preferred Provider Organization, otherwise known as PPO. PPO plan is the plan that is most convenient, which our consultant came back and told us and recommended. They've been suggesting this recommendation for years that we modify it. We make it very easy for the employees just to go and use and pay the $20, and right now it's $0 at the office visits. So we have over, and I'll give you that number right now, just ran reports on that. For your information, we have 2,191 members in this plan right now, because it is so easy to use, and this is where our consultant's saying most of our claims are hitting this plan right here. So this is where we'll see the most changes coming in. So you'll see that the employee contribution prior to today was $40 per pay period. For the upcoming year, we're proposing is $77.99. The difference is going to be $37.99 per pay period. You'll also notice that the City of Laredo pays 75% of that plan, and the city is also going to pay 50% of the dependent coverage. The city's paying 75% for fire and police, and will also apply 50% for their dependents here at the bottom. You'll see the changes that it's going to be $187.16 per pay period for spouse, a difference of $17.63 added to the employee's deduction. If the employee chooses to have children, it's $124, a difference of $11.77. If the employee chooses to have a family coverage, it's going to be $368, $34.77 difference. You'll also see those changes on the bottom part, and where fire and police will be charged those amounts too. The reason you will see that it's a different amount here for fire and police, it is because the city, they had always been paying the 50%. So 50% here, and we've now made it equitable. All plans are going to be 50% dependent provided. All employees are getting the 75%. The fire and police are also getting the 75%, and the dependents are getting the 50% benefit being applicable to them. On the next plan that we have, it's called the medical contributions for civilian retirees. And I'm not going to talk about fire and police because they're a little bit different. But for the civilian retirees, the civilians, it will have an increase to the rate. It's 11% increase to the rate. What retiree civilians do not get is any subsidies from the City of Laredo. If the rate is $567.30 a month, this is what the retiree will pay per month. If they have the coverage, it's going to be the amounts noted, $999.16, and if it's for family coverage, it's $99.16. This is what those retirees will pay, and it's applicable across the board to all fire and police as well. They will pay that rate. The difference between fire and police, because of CBAs, they pay different rates, and the rates are applicable based on their CBAs that they have in their areas, and we can talk about that. All police officers that retire from the City of Laredo get their benefits paid until they pass, or until they're no longer with us. Police gets that. Fire is on a rate. If they earn less than $5,000 a month, it's $160. If they pay, and I have that with me. If the firefighter is over $5,000 a month, they will come October 1, they will pay $507.82 per month for their benefits. Those are the differences, and also on a police retiree, for the retirees, it's 50% for the dependents. This is an overview of how the city contributes to the three plans that the city provides to the employees. The HDHP plan, the city will pay 100% of that coverage. If it's an HMO, 85% is what the city is contributing. The PPO, it is 75%. That is the main change that we're going to see in our medical plan. For the dependents, you will see that they're all equitable now. They're all at 50% for the dependent coverage, what the city pays as a benefit, and the employee will pay the remaining amounts. We're going to talk about our operating fund summary. So when I started the conversation earlier today, our consultants recommended that we have a 20% in our fund balance. And the reason that we do that, it's going back to the revenues and expenditures. Our revenues, what we are proposing to collect, our expenditures are actually going to exceed what our revenues are anticipated to be. I'm sorry, I'm on this one. Our revenues are expected to be at 50,088,211, and our expenditures are anticipated to come in at 54,832,444. This number, the 1,999,621. Our consultants recommends that we should be at about 10.6, 10.4 million sitting in there. And why do we want this? So the reason that we want a closing balance, a 20% closing balance, is what our consultant is recommending, and also Blue Cross Blue Shield. What it does, since we pay the first $300,000, we pay the claims every Monday morning. So the claims come in, whatever comes in, we take care of that claim, we pay it out. So what we do, we pay it from our funds that you see right here. So we have claims. The reason we do it is for the claims run-out protection. We also keep it for cash flow stability. We also have it for rate stability and predictability. We also pay because of the stop-loss deductible buffer, and also regulatory and actuarial guidance. The GFOA also recommends that we have a 15 to 25% reserve, and it's to ensure financial soundness of the plan, and also we anticipate the emergency preparedness. In the event that we have multiple catastrophic cases, this is where we will pay our claims from every week, is from this fund right here. So it is prudent to be fiscally management, and it helps to ensure our long-term viability. This illustration depicts how the revenues are brought in. There are multiple resources that come into this fund that funds the 660 fund, or the health and benefits fund that I talk about. You'll see that the 50,088,211, 24 million comes from the city, and you'll see that the rest of this resources are coming in from different areas. The city retiree fund, the dental insurance, the interest earnings, reimbursements to our insurance. There's a 25,000 other program that we have. The health insurance deductible that our employees contribute, and insurance premium. This is a COBRA, and also retiree medical contributions of 4 million, and dependent dental of 880. All of this revenues total to 50,088,211. This is just a breakdown of how those funds are broken, the revenues. This is the expenditures that we experience. We're anticipating to experience 54,832,000. You'll see that 11.5 is anticipated to go towards our prescription plans. 30,658,000 is anticipated to go towards medical claims. Contractual services is 10,033,000. Personnel is 842. Materials and supply 20,000, and other charges is 1.7 million. This is what makes up our expenditures of the health and benefits fund. So we asked ourselves, how do we compare to other local employers? So we took the city of Laredo. What we took was the HDHP plan, which is also PPO, and we compared ourselves against our current employers, which is Webb County, LISD, UISD, TAMIU, and Laredo College. What I also need to say, TAMIU is a state agency, which means that they have multiple state agencies that contribute towards this. You'll see that the city of Laredo is still a benefit to have an HDHP plan for our employees. They pay $0 for this plan. You'll see the way that the spouses are charged. You'll see Webb County. If you take a look at all of them, we're all within the same range of what that HDHP plan is. Nothing really stands out. We also took a look at how our index cities do. City of Laredo is really close. We're number 1 and number 2 of those 6 index cities. Nothing really is far off between those index cities and the city of Laredo, taking into consideration the employee population, the city that we serve, and these are our costs are not too far off. So in summary, our primary objective is to create a more defined and transparent cost spread across the 3 available medical plans, empower employees to make an informed decision. We want our employees to choose a plan that is best for their families and the needs of the families, and we want them to make that informed decision to help us keep our plan solvent. And this is why we take we consider other avenues to consider while we're making planning our plan. We've taken a consistent approach now. We want to make it equitable, where it's a 50% for our employees' dependents, and not have our employees pay more and then our employees are paying less. So all our employees are going to be paying the same amount on their dependents as a benefit. So we ask that this plan modification be approved when we get to the budget, and or we're open for discussion. Should this not be approved, the other recommendation would be that we would go back to what our consultants also recommended as a plan B, is to apply 10% across the board to all the plans, and then monitor those expenditures as they come in.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Teniente, you said that the consultant recommended a 20% fund balance, and it seems quite diminished.
Yes.
So what does a 20% balance look like, and are there plans to get there?
So in an ideal world, we would love to be there. I think that would be the most prudent thing that we should do for our entity. However, we also have to take a look at where are we. We've done multiple things, council member, if I may. We have an on-site clinic that provides zero cost to our employees. We have after hours Nuestra Salud that provides medical insurance, which is the basic coverages. So our thinking is, if I can get the employees out of a doctor's office and you're coming to the clinic, we have, I invite all of you to go to our clinic. It's top notch. We take care of your flu, your strep, your COVID. We take care of that, so you don't have to go to your doctor's offices and pay the $90. It's zero charge. We have it. Those operations are $1.9 million. That's what we pay for that clinic to run. If I take into the operations and all the services that we provide there, we also provide prescriptions, so you don't have to use our prescription plan to go to the pharmacy. We also provide to Nuestra Salud our flu test, our strep test, in order for the employees not to get charged at Nuestra Salud. Zero charge to the employee, zero charge to the retirees. We do these plans in order to try to keep our costs down. We also bring in nutritional counseling to our employees to make them cognizant of the preventative care. Our wellness clinic, our manager out there, they're always working and looking for innovative ways to try to keep our costs down. So we work hand in hand with them. We try to do everything we can at our level to do that and bring, but it doesn't address how our shortfall is on this one.
And do you see the cost benefit to the clinic? Like, is the data proving that this is a more cost-effective way to get services to people?
So we see over, and I want to say, and my numbers may be off a little bit more, we see more than 70% of our employees at the clinic and their dependents. No one's turned away. If it's during working hours, we have our nurse practitioner, we have our manager there, we have Dr. Cruz that works with us. We do not turn the employees away. They even come, sometimes I'm like, there's a laceration, they need stitches. I'm like, please don't go to the emergency room. They're just so used to coming to the clinic to receive those services. They don't have to use annual leave, they don't have to use sick leave. You just come to the clinic and we take care of you. It's a win-win for our employees. 1.9 million investment in that clinic for our employees. We would most likely be exceeding that. You would probably be seeing that in our medical office visits and also in our prescription claims if we didn't have our clinic in place right now.
So, just one last thing. So, understanding that, and it does sound like that's a real benefit and cost savings to the city. Is there a way to increase the fund balance at this time?
We would have to increase our costs to our employees and a cost to the city. And this is what we're trying to balance right now through the efficiency and working with our consultants, working with the budget and management. We're trying to balance all of these expenditures that we have. And what makes it difficult, if we go over, that means that we have to determine what will we cut out of our plan. Right now, we can do almost anything. We are a self-funded plan. We're at the very cusp. Our expenditures are $54 million. If we add anything else to our plan, that means that we're going to have to come back and get creative and say, y'all need to tell me what we can cut out of our plan in order for us to meet those expenditures. The expenditures, no matter what we've done, it's a cost of medical care in our community, lack of some of our, you have to go to San Antonio or Houston or Corpus to receive some of the medical treatment because either the specialty may not be in Laredo and/or there's not enough physicians in Laredo to see our employees.
To what degree are pre-existing conditions or any pre-existing condition covered? Or to what degree who was exempt from that?
The Affordable Care Act does not exempt anybody from pre-existing conditions. Our plan covers everybody and anything. We're not allowed to not receive a patient or not receive an employee in our plan due to pre-existing conditions. The Affordable Care Act changed all that. It hasn't changed right now. I've heard, and we keep a pulse with Blue Cross and our consultants, they're anticipating some changes. We haven't seen how that's going to impact us. We've also been informed that they're going to expand some care that may impact us, but we don't know that yet until we get there. And we're keeping a pulse on them. I don't know what that's going to look like. I understood that the president made a statement that they're going to be making prescriptions from 30 to 70% less. I called Blue Cross Blue Shield. I said, when can we see it? And they're like, you're not going to see it in the next year or two. It takes time for them to develop them. There's lobbyists involved in all this. So he says you're not going to see it in the next 1 to 2 years from now. So as soon as it comes through, we're certainly going to keep a pulse on it, Mayor.
But that won't go necessarily to catastrophic illness.
So catastrophic cases are cases where there's an organ transplant. Let's see that a kidney transplant. It is covered through our plan. The city will pay the first $300,000 off that claim, and then our stop loss kicks in, which is an insurance. Anything above that, then they start sending the city of Laredo, and this is where you'll see that $1.7 million other income coming or other revenue coming into our fund. It's from that. This last year, we had 7 catastrophic cases that hit our claims. So our stop loss is doing what our stop loss needs to do. No one was turned away, Mayor. Everyone received their treatment. Everybody got what they needed to get to. We have some people that were on extended care. No one's medical treatment has been stopped or not admitted into our plan. We don't turn those catastrophic cases off.
Yeah.
Councilman, go ahead.
Ma'am, just, Mr. Nieto, just to add the health and wellness, I think Director Saida is the one that directs that health and wellness.
Yes.
And Miss Melissa.
Melissa Gonzalez, she's
She's
our
out for
FMP.
right
Yes,
now,
sir.
but, you know, I just gotta say congratulations to that department. You're sick, whatever, they attend to you quick, fast, and they have everything there. A great leader, Ms. Saida, she's always doing, everything she can. Ms. Melissa doing everything possible to keep you healthy as much as it can be, right? If, like Mr. Ross said, if there's anything we can do to help out, to increase or to help out that department, because it benefits the whole city, you know, tell us and we'll find a way to adjust. So,
Absolutely.
all right,
Thank you, Councilman.
appreciate it.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Mayor, if it's acceptable to the city council too, we will put this item on Monday's agenda for an approval for what our recommendation is. We believe that moving with the updated plan is the most beneficial one, but we'll go ahead and not make you have to make a decision tonight. We'll just add it to the agenda on Monday. Okay. And if you're willing to do that, for the over and under for tonight's meeting, I would like to finish now. And what I would ask though, we have one item left, but what I'll do is I'm going to handle that one a little bit differently than in this session. If I have to, I'll bring it back to the next one, but we'll cover that in a little bit different manner. I'm going to send you all the information on it so that you know exactly what I'm talking about and how I want to approach it. What I would ask though is that we would like to know, because in August we have 2 days of our budget workshops, the normal ones that we've always had. Which departments would you like to see in detail? Because you're not going to have time to see them all, so we've normally tried to keep it to about 5 different departments. The ones I'm recommending is streets, because it's a big item for us. Animal care, because it was showing up on that list. Planning and zoning, planning and development, water, environmental services, and solid waste. If there are any other departments, but these are the ones that I would recommend, these are the big five, and there's a couple of enterprise funds, and then there's 3 of them out of the general fund, so you'll get a good feel for what's happening. Every one of our departments will be ready to report, but you're gonna be tight for your time, and that's what I wanna be respectful
Mayor,
of.
if I may.
Yes, go
I
ahead.
would like to see right straight off the bat, just because it's the 1.5 million on fleet.
On fleet,
That's some
yes, sir,
fleet. That's
okay.
something up for personnel. I just want to know what type of jobs they're doing, how much they're going
We're happy
out.
to do that one.
So I think that's one of that I want to see.
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to see Parks and Rec, just
And
because
Parks
it's
and
such a
Rec.
large
Okay.
budget to understand. And for people to understand everywhere they operate, because Parks and Rec is all over the city, and
So-
people depend on their services.
We'll try to do the 7. If you come up with other ones, we can kind of walk through that. but-
Yes, go.
I don't wanna, I'm just asking, I noticed you didn't include police, fire, and parks, which are the 3 largest, departments in the general fund, so I'm just curious why you didn't recommend those.
We went through police and fire quite a bit last year, and that was the only reason, because if you would like, if you want to stay with just the big departments, but I wanted to spread it around because every one of our departments are important. And so, and some of them will take a lot shorter time, but because of the complexity of those 2 departments, that's the only reason.
That's fine, was just curious, and then just, in general, like, we did go through the CIP, tonight, but as far as the final list and the max number, when are we gonna do that then?
So the tentative workshop for the end of June, we're gonna go through the CIP in greater detail. We're gonna bring you all the information. It's our focus for that meeting there. I may throw this other item on there if we have to, but I'm gonna send it out to you. We may not even need to talk about this one, but, I'll talk about it later. But in my mind, I wanna focus this June meeting on the CIP because it sounds like we got a lot of movements and nudges and everything to it, so we'd like to make sure that that gets taken care of, because I think that as you see us progressing, I'm gonna be asking you more for decision-making as we get closer to that August 14th and 15th date. I'm hoping to make that a very simple, conversation based upon all this data, so Mayor, City Council, thank you for all your time tonight. I really appreciate it, you sitting there with us, and thanks to all of our crew and our staff and everything else, and our residents as well too. We got a couple of them out there, but all of this is to try to make the budget system more transparent. All of it is to make it more understandable. So that's why you're getting to see all the different pieces of how we make the sausage. So with that, Mayor, City Council, I'll put it back into your hands. That'll end our report.
All right, thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion, second, all in favor? Meeting adjourned.